my baby. Ooh, ooh. Don't leave your girl around me, true player for real. That's my for real. All right. Let's see what's going on with this thing. After the night, don't leave your girl around me, true player for real. This motherfucker for real.
Part 26. Who the fuck did I marry? So, I asked Legion, what's the deal about San Diego State? He was like, what are you talking about? And I said, why is there no records of you there? Just came right out and said it. Without missing a beat, this man said, well, I was a private citizen. What the fuck does that mean? And what he said is that when he started at San Diego State, his father paid money so that... Okay. It's important not to say this with a straight face. His father paid money so that his name and social would not be publicized and he would be considered a private student, a private citizen.
What the fuck
he said
for?
That he had a card where all he had to do was show the card. He does not have to give his name. He does not have to give any information because he had that card. He said so San Diego State would not have any record of him, but he was in fact a student there.
Do he got the diploma?
I said, and you claim that you played football. He was like, I did play football. I said, so you're saying that the school did not publish your name anywhere and they were in violation of NCAA rules? And he was like, why are you asking all these questions?
Oh, shit.
And I said, I'm just curious. I'm just curious.
You're
saying that you were a private citizen, but yet how were you in compliance with NCAA?
Yeah, how the fuck you do that? You were a private
citizen.
Yeah.
And they did not publish your name on any roster.
Yeah, how the fuck you do that?
So that was his excuse. He was like, all I can tell you is that I was a private citizen. My dad paid for it.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So now I know that San Diego State has no record of him. Now I know that his social security number, at least the one that's on my background packet, only shows that he only shows that he lived in Georgia, Rhode Island, and Pennsylvania.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So at this point, the pain in his knee is getting worse. It's getting to the point where when he would come home from work, he would take a shower and immediately get in bed, elevate his knee. He was not even eating the way that he used to eat. It was getting to the point where at times, if you remember when I told you all about the miscarriage, they gave me pain meds because I had taken that pill.
Yeah.
But the pain meds I was allergic to.
You were allergic to,
so I
you
couldn't
gave,
take
so
them,
you probably gave them.
but I still had them.
Yeah, I know.
So the pain in his knee was getting to the point where he would take one of those pain meds just to get through the night. He was constantly in agony, constantly kind of tossing and turning, so much so that in May he moved into the guest bedroom because I couldn't deal with the tossing and turning thing. And he just said he was more comfortable there. So what at first was I hit my knee at work turned into, no, it was an old football injury. This has happened before. turned into, it's painful for me to walk on it, turned into, it's actually hard for me to work on it. But he was still going to work at 6:15 every morning and coming home between 3:30 and 4. So it is, again, I'm just giving you guys the chronological order of how all this happened. So at this point, we're not looking for a house.
Fuck no.
I still have not seen the 2 savings account.
Hell no.
I'm pretty sure there's no money in those savings accounts. But again, he was going to put in an all cash offer with Amber, the realtor. So I really didn't know what to believe, but I believed what I saw, which is I saw that background is not showing where he went to California. So at one point in May, it was close to mid-May, he calls me from work. He calls me from work, calls me while I'm at work, and tells me that he got a phone call from his stepson. The phone call from his stepson, the stepson was crying and was just absolutely distraught. And I'm at work in my office like, what's going on? And he says to me that the stepson informed him that his stepdaughter passed away.
Damn.
That she died from COVID.
Damn.
The stepson this is the story. The stepson found her in her apartment because they had not heard from her for a couple of days. And she was unresponsive. He called the ambulance. They pronounced her dead when she got to the hospital.
Okay.
So he was calling to tell me that she had died. And he was also calling to ask me if I would object to him giving his ex-wife $2,000 towards the funeral. As I've stated before, and I
ain't gonna lie, bro. If Buddy lying about this shit right here, gang, throw his ass under the fucking jail. If he lying about that shit right there, throw his ass under the motherfucking jail. Throw his ass under that motherfucker. Cause if he really, bro, if he really has to like just pay somebody off for something, God, Lord, don't let this man Legion be in them streets.
And I still am this way to this day. I don't play about death. So when he told me that she died, I immediately went into the, all right, I'm sorry to hear that. Whatever we can do to help, let's help. Because surely nobody would make that up. So he was like, are you okay with that? He was like, we're married. And the agreement was that anything over $500 would be a discussion. So $2,000 definitely. And I said, yeah. I said, that's totally fine. I'm fine with that. He was upset because, again, he was close with the kids. And my heart went out to his ex-wife. It did, because I can't even imagine. I cannot even imagine. So,
yeah.
Part 26.
Damn.
Part 27. Who the fuck did I marry? So, here's where we are at, and here's what we can establish. Number 1, I ran an initial background check on the Social Security number that was on our marriage license.
Yeah.
Nothing came back. I subsequently applied for another job. In that job, I had to fill out a background packet.
In that
background packet asked for my spouse's name, date of birth, and his Social Security number.
And that's when you found out he ain't at all who the fuck he said he was.
The Social Security number on the background packet for the new job did not match the Social Security number that he gave me for our marriage license. If you are confused, I believe it's in part 25 or part 26 that I explain that. So we can establish that I then ran a background check on the new social security number that was on my background packet. It came back with address, or excuse me, states that the social security number apparently had lived in. Those states were Georgia, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I got you.
I decided, this is now around May 20th, I decided to do another background check. And I paid to do another background check. This time, I did it with a different company, and not only did it give me the addresses, not only did it give me the states, it gave me addresses, and it also gave me names of people who were like associated with Legion and that address. One of those names was his ex-wife. I've always known, he's always told me the name of the ex-wife, but now I see it when I ran his background. I did a search for her on social media. She was not there. So the address that it showed that she was associated with him, because remember, his story is, we got married in San Diego, we lived in San Diego, we divorced in San Diego.
Well, California.
Men lie, women lie. The U.S. federal government with your social security number does not. So he's saying he was always in California. His social security number never showed that he was in California, according to the background check. It did show that he had lived in Georgia at an address associated with the ex-wife. So tried to find the ex-wife, could not find her on social media. So I looked in the metro counties to protect her identity. This, I am going to not divulge a lot on this part. I looked in the metro counties, in the open record courts. So typically, you can look in like Superior Court or Magistrate Court or Probate Court. So I looked in open records for the different counties, metro counties, metro Atlanta counties. Let me be clear, metro Atlanta counties. And I looked under her name. And I found where they had filed for divorce in a metro Atlanta county. So when he said that he filed for divorce in San Diego and that he was married in San Diego, I was able to find, no, according to the state of Georgia, you were married here. You were divorced here. So I looked under her name, found a record for divorce, and it did show his name. So now I clearly see on my computer that there is a metro Atlanta County Court that has a divorce record in the state of Georgia between him and his ex-wife. So I did what any rational person would do, because this is still kind of COVID time. Well, not really. It had nothing to do with COVID. Let me take that back. Because of the parameters of the court, you can only do the open records request in person. I did what anybody would do. I told my boss I had to go. I grabbed my purse, grabbed my keys, and I drove to the court to do the open records request in person. The open records request was for the divorce documents. Go back in the story, in the series, and remember I did a background on the ex-wife. I told you all exactly what was told to me. He met her in California. He married her in California. He divorced her in California because she cheated on him. He filed for divorce. She tried to get spousal support. It was going to be a little ugly. He was helping her with the kids. That was the story that was told to me.
Man, what's the truth?
Went to the court.
Yeah.
Filled out the paperwork. Got the open records request for the divorce decree, for the divorce records.
Girl, nah.
First thing I see, he didn't file, she did.
Ooh.
Second thing I see, they didn't make it more than 6 months.
God damn it! You talking about they didn't make it 6 months? Now the question is, how long before they broke up did he start talking to you?
I see the date of marriage. I see the date of dissolution. 6 months. Third thing I see, he was served in Metro Atlanta, which means that at the time of the divorce, he was living in Metro Atlanta. California was never mentioned. Fourth thing I see, he filed what is called a pauper affidavit. If you don't know what that is, I'm going to do my best to explain it real quick. Basically, he filed an affidavit with the court saying that he is so poor, he could not afford the fees to pay for a divorce.
Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. So you mean to tell me the same nigga who was about to fucking buy a $700,000 house in cash from Arena Football can't afford court fees, can't afford the goddamn divorce fee? I don't know how that nigga, because she said she seen his bank account at one point. She said it had about 10 bands in it. She seen his savings account had about 15 bands in it. I don't know if this motherfucker got a PPP loan. I don't know if he got some money because somebody died. But something telling me this man is not making no bread. I don't know, man. I don't fucking know what's going on, but what the fuck is going on?
He couldn't afford a filing fee. He couldn't afford a service fee. That is what a pauper affidavit is for. All of this is in the divorce documents. She had filed. She said it was irreconcilable differences. She was not requesting any money whatsoever. And both of them had signed a pauper affidavit. He was served in Georgia at his previous employment. According to the divorce documents, he was served at like a grocery store. That is what was listed as his employer. And it had a date of when he was served. So I see all of this in one day. I also see where on the divorce documents, she listed her name, her address, and her phone number. So I did what any rational person would do.
She said, ring, ring. She said, ring, ring. It's me, nigga. It's me, nigga. I did what any rational person would do. Shit, I called the bitch up.
I wrote down the phone number.
On God.
There was a 50-50 chance that the number was already disconnected.
Yeah, that's true.
She could be like me. I'm one of those people. Honey, you can sneeze at a 27-degree angle. I will change my number so quick, you ain't even know what hit you. You can talk to me at 5 o'clock, and at 5:05, my number has been changed. So she could have been like me, and the number is not even active. Or she could be like some people I know who have kept their number since kindergarten. Either way, I wrote the number down. I left the court, and I immediately went back to work. And the same friend who helped me when I had my miscarriage, I told her, I was like, I got this phone number. This is the ex-wife. She was like, girl, you better call.
On God?
You better call
you better
and find out.
See what the fuck going on.
I think she said to me, can't nobody tell you what is going on quite like the ex-wife.
Mm-hmm.
So,
motherfuckers working at Publix.
Part 28 is the phone call that I had
Ooh.
with the ex-wife.
Get the fucking to it.
28 of Who the Fuck Did I Marry?
Talk to me.
So, I had the phone number, went back to work. My really good friend was like, you better call her.
Mm-hmm.
You can use my phone, but call her. So I called her. She answered. I'm going to use aliases.
Mm-hmm.
And the conversation went like this. May I please speak with Barbara?
Barbara.
This is Barbara.
This is Barbara.
Barbara, this is Shirley. Shirley who?
Aw, shit.
This is Shirley Jones. I am the wife of Legion. Silence. Then she starts laughing. And she said to me, and I quote, "If you were calling me, then I know it's bad."
Oh, shit. She not playing no games. She said, "Bitch, how you find me?" Oh, my God. What is he doing?
Chuckle. And I said to her, "I'm not trying to bother you. I'm not trying to disrupt your life. I said, I am literally coming to you on some woman to woman shit."
I knew it. I'm just coming to you as a woman. Who the fuck is this?
I said, because you are probably the only person who can help.
Help me figure out what the fuck I'm dealing with.
She listened. She was gracious. And she said, "What is it that you need to know? Or what is it that you want to know?" And I said, "I understand that you and my husband talk and communicate."
Ask her.
And she immediately said, "What?"
Exactly. And I don't give a fuck. I don't know how you gonna get to it, but just ask her. Somehow ask her about them kids, man. Cause I think this nigga lying like a motherfucker, man. I think he making up some foul ass shit.
"No, we don't." And I said, "Okay." She said, "One thing you need to know about Legion."
Mm-hmm.
She said, "Whatever he tells you, it is a lie." And she said, again, let's go back to part 1. I told you guys that when he introduced himself, or when we met, we actually had matched on 2 different sites. And he was under 2 different names. One was like the actual birth name. The other one was a nickname variation of that name. That's the name I know him by. So, for example, if his name was Matthew, he had a profile under Matthew, and then he had a profile under Matt. I would have known him as Matt. So she said to me, she was like, "I don't even know who Matt is." She was like, "That's not even his name."
Damn.
And so I knew what his actual government name is. She was like, "No one calls him Matt." She was like, "That must be his new personality." Or she was cracking a joke, but she was like, "Anything he tells you, you need to know is a lie." So I just asked her, I said, "What was your experience?" I said, "Because I can tell you the story he told me." And she stopped me right there. She said, "Whatever he told you was a lie." She said, "Let me guess. He told you I cheated on him. Let me guess. He told you that I wanted money from him." And I said, "Yeah."
She basically writing this motherfucker. She said, she like, my nigga. She rapping to this. She rapping this shit. She like, nigga, anything that actually happened, he probably told you some other shit. If it happened in Georgia, he told you it happened in Cali. If he said if I didn't want a single penny from this nigga, he gonna tell you I wanted money from him. They probably don't got no fucking kids. She probably don't have no fucking kids, dog. I think that's another lie just to get out of some other shit to use for some other shit. It's like he set this shit up so that he can lie later. Like, oh my God.
And she said, "Yeah, that's a complete lie."
Fuck.
So we had a conversation where she told me how they met.
You got some eczema?
They didn't meet online or anything. I said, "Well, were you guys ever in California?" She said, "No." She's like, she was like, "That man ain't never been past the East Coast." So I said, "Okay. So you guys have always been in Georgia?" And she said, "Yeah." She's like, we got married in Georgia and we got divorced in Georgia. And that's when she asked me, how did you even get my number? She said, because I want nothing to do with him. So how did you get my number? I said, I'm going to tell you the truth. It ain't going to make me look good. I told her, I said, this is what happened. And this is what led to me doing research. And this is how I got your number. And she laughed. She was like, wow. She was like, normally I would be freaked out. She said, but under the circumstances, she was like, wow, okay. She said, yeah, if you're calling me, then it must have gotten pretty bad.
Damn. Who is this nigga? Like, motherfucker. And who goes out of their way to do shit like this, bro? That shit is blowing my shit. Like, he sets up lies for lies that he may or may not tell later, but that he can use as an alibi for a lie later, so that he can double down on a lie from some, like, I told you this from da 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 da. So if I set this up like this, this motherfucker is diabolical.
She said, so what did he promise you?
A trip to London.
And we talked for about 35 minutes. She asked me in that phone call, she said, look, I want nothing to do with him. I have not spoken to him since our divorce was finalized. She said, so I would just appreciate if you keep me out of whatever's going on with y'all. And I told her, I said, I give you my word, I will never tell him I spoke to you. I said, I give you my word. I said, this conversation is for me. It is not for me to use in any sort of legal litigation, nothing. This is for me. And I said, I don't plan to call you again. I don't plan to be a disruption in your life. I just needed to know, how bad is it? And she paused and she said, it's bad. She said, I don't know what all y'all got going on. She said, but if it's anything like what it was for me, it's bad. So we talked a little bit more. She was very encouraging. She was like, girl, do not blame yourself. She said, I went through that and I had blamed myself. She was like, this is not on us. This is on him. She was like, he is a master liar, a master manipulator. She said, I ignored the red flags. So she was like, do not feel as though this is on you. We talked about there's an ex-girlfriend that shares the name.
I'm getting fucking chills, bruh. Shit, I got goosies and shit. My hair standing up. She hit her with some bars, nigga. I'm like, Bernie gonna give me a blankie, nigga. What the fuck?
Shares the same name as his aunt. She and I talked about her. She said the reason why they broke up, because the ex-girlfriend, I didn't know this, the ex-girlfriend had reached out to her about 6 months before he met me. And so the ex-girlfriend lived in Douglasville. On Legion's driver's license, he had a Georgia driver's license with the Douglasville address. What he told me was that it was the address that his sister, because remember I told y'all his sister Shantae lives in Douglasville. She's a nurse, married with 2 kids.
Mm-hmm.
So he told me that the address on his license, it was his driver's license, was to Shantae's house.
That ain't true.
The ex-wife is telling me, no, that's the address for the girlfriend, the ex-girlfriend. He had moved in with her and he created this whole narrative with her. She found out that he was lying and she kicked him out. And so I guess after she kicked him out, she then reached out to the ex-wife. kind of the way I did for confirmation.
Damn, everybody caught. Damn, everybody like, hey, you the nigga whisperer. What's up with old boy? That's tough. That's tough. Like, imagine having to vow, like, you, like, I know what is in my heart is right, but I just gotta make sure, this motherfucker not gaslighting me right now. Like, I gotta make sure am I tripping? Imagine having to think, like, am I tweaking? And, man, that's tough. Oh, I can't stand a nigga like that.
And so the ex-wife was just telling me, whatever that man has told you, it is a lie. She said, I got out before it got too bad. She said, because once I knew he was lying, I was out. She was like, because he's never going to change. And so, again, conversation went on and on. And so finally, we were getting ready to get off the phone. And before we got off the phone, I said to her, I said, if everything is a lie, I said, I have one question for you. And she said, sure. I said, how is your daughter? I said, how is your daughter? Next part coming up.
She said, nigga, if every part is a lie, I said that shit 3 minutes ago. I said, bro, I don't know how you gotta do it. Ask about them fucking kids, bro. Cause that's a foul ass shit. My grandmama died. Everybody done said that. I haven't said that because my grandma's still walking around. Well, I don't know about all the grandmas, but still. You know what I'm saying? So, man, I'm not gonna lie to my grandma. But I know people that say shit about their grandma, their granddaddy, or whatever to get out of some shit. But some kids, bro, you lying about some kids? Oh, she said, hold on, gang. How's your daughter, nigga? What the?
Part 29, who the fuck did I marry?
This
so
motherfucker.
I asked her, how was your daughter? She said, my daughter's fine. And I said, okay. She said, what did he say about my daughter?
That she was fucking dead.
I will be honest with y'all. I didn't have the heart to tell her. So what I said instead was, oh, no, it was, with everything with COVID, I think he mentioned that she might have had COVID or was exposed to it. I downplayed it bad. I wasn't going to tell that woman that he said her daughter passed away. So I said, obviously I'm glad to hear that kids are fine. She said, look, whether you stay with him or not is your choice. She said, he ain't gonna change. He ain't gonna change at all. She said, this is what he does. She said, you're not the first. You're not going to be the last. She said he did it to me. She was very, very encouraging because she was just like, you do not blame yourself. She said, we both ignored red flags, but it is not your fault. Mm-hmm. She said, this is on him. And so we, once again, I thanked her for her time, got off the phone. I took the long way home that night. I could not be around him.
Because how do you get that information? It's so crazy because it's like, how do you get that information and not say nothing to him about that shit? That is so crazy. How do you get that information and not say nothing to him about this shit? I mean, you can't talk to him about the conversations that you had, but at least the fucking background check. Like, bro, you ain't never been. Oh, I had a private citizenship. For what, 3 years of your life? What the fuck are you talking about?
I had to figure something out. I had to figure some things out. So I took the long way home. What does that mean? It means that I probably could have taken 75 to 285, but I probably took 20 to 75 to 285 to 675 kind of like I just took the long way.
Nah, hell yeah.
A couple of days later, because I really my mind was spinning. A couple of days later, at this point, I'm turning into the FBI, CIA, and
On
Homeland
God,
Security all
on
over.
God, on phone them.
I'm trying to find everything. And he's carrying on his business as usual. Nothing changed with him. He had no idea that I had spoken to the ex-wife. He had no idea I had gone to the court and saw his divorce documents. He had no idea. So, a couple of days later, I decided to look up his mother's obituary.
Oh my goodness. Let me
Look up
find
the
out.
mother's obituary. And down at the bottom where it talks about, oh, she's preceded in death by, and it lists all the people, the family members that died before. And then it says, leaving behind to cherish her memory. It lists the husband, his dad, her husband, excuse me. Let me start over. It lists her husband, which is Legion's dad. It lists Legion's brother that lives in Philly and his wife, because again, this is 2000. She passed away in 2015. So it lists Legion, the brother in Philly, and his wife and daughter, her granddaughter. It lists Legion and his wife. I think it was like Latoya or La something. It did not list the ex-wife I just spoke to.
Oh, this
And
nigga
it clearly
sick.
said Legion, his wife, Latoya. Then it listed the brother in Nashville, his wife, Jane, or whatever.
Okay, so at least he got some brothers.
So I'm thinking to myself, there's two things I was thinking immediately. Number one, who is Latoya?
Latoya, yeah.
Never heard that name before.
And let me check timeline. He met you in 2020. Y'all got married in 2021. Before he married you, he was married to the other ex-wife and they said for 2 years. So let's just say 2019, 2017. And then in 2015 he was married to somebody. So he getting married. This nigga getting married every 2 years? Maybe he take a year off? God damn.
Never heard that name before. So I was thinking, who was Latoya? And then number two, where are the two sisters?
Oh, yeah.
Shantae and Kim. Shantae lives in Douglasville, married with 2 kids. Kim lives in Augusta, and I believe he told me she worked at like Procter and Gamble.
That might be a homegirl. Or it might be a freak. A little shit ain't that ain't.
So why aren't they listed on here? Because apparently, go back to the video. I posted it on there. I gave y'all background on the family.
Oh, fuck.
He apparently was one of 5.
Yeah.
Through both parents.
Yeah.
Brother in Philly, older
Yep.
brother, younger brother in Nashville,
Yeah.
an older sister in Douglasville, and a baby sister in Augusta. So why is it on his mother's obituary there's only three children named? Where are the 2 sisters? So I'm even more like, what in the hell's going on? And then I started thinking to myself, why wouldn't they list Shantae? Like, they talk all the time, so I know that they're close because he talks to Shantae all the time.
That's crazy.
So,
maybe she one of them little hood
I
friends.
really was confused. Again, keep in mind,
You know, maybe she one of them little hood friends. Like this my sister. You feel me? But they ain't related. You know what I'm saying? That's just somebody that you grew up with. Your home girl. Y'all still cool. Y'all just ain't never hit bump and grind. You ain't never. You know what I'm saying? Knock boots. So y'all still cool. You check on each other and shit like that. I guess.
I'm trying to give y'all insight into how I was thinking May of 2021.
Yeah, I'm hip.
Because I still didn't find out a lot of stuff at that time. I found out enough to figure out, okay, it's not a question of if he's lying. That was over. It's not a question of if he's lying.
I think the question is how much shit is he lying about, and how fucked up is it really?
The question now is becoming, what else is he lying about?
How much shit? Everything?
So we had the phone call with the ex-wife. Now I see an obituary that apparently there's another wife. I know on our marriage certificate, it only states he had one previous marriage. I had 0, he had 1. So this is how I'm thinking in my head, which is, okay, what am I missing here? I know we've established that he's lying, but who the fuck is LaToya? Like, I'm really trying to understand who is LaToya.
Shit,
And
call
again,
that bitch up
he's
too.
hobbling around the house, limping, and I'm in our bed. Well, in the bedroom, just. I mean, I could not get on Google fast enough to try to figure some stuff out. So, see the mom's obituary, study it, and at this point, I'm now trying to figure out, okay, what's the game plan? What is the game plan?
What the fuck is the game?
And that's
plan?
where,
Man, what happened?
we are about to get into the next part.
Oh, fuck out of here. Come on.
Okay.
Where the
part
fuck is
30
God
of Who the Fuck Did I Marry? So I'm gonna.
I can't lie. Look. Forgive me. But you can't be coming on the fucking camera with your shit like this, man. Goddamn, lock in, twin. Lock.
Use this as a clarification video. So we're gonna use part 30 as a stop. Let's clarify some things.
All right, come on.
I've done that before on a previous set of videos, so I think it's just important to do that so that way I can try to address some of the things that I have seen in the comments, both supportive and just downright mean. But let me
Shit, my bad. Shit. I was like,
Number
damn.
one, it is important to remember that I am telling this entire story of how I met, dated, married, and divorced my pathologically lying ex-husband. I am going in chronological order of events. So what that means is that, ma'am, sir, whoever you are, if you were coming in at part 30, but you have not seen part 11, some stuff is not going to make sense. I know. It is a long playlist.
It's a good one, though.
Don't worry about watching the video as soon as it comes out, because everything, I'm trying to do this responsibly of telling the story in the order of which things happen. So I say that to say, please, if you're able to, start at the introduction disclaimer video. Start with part 1 and then just watch each video, because a lot of the questions people are having that I'm seeing in the comments, and I say this respectfully, is just because you did not go to the other videos and watch them in order. That's just the first thing I want to say.
I'm about to skip this video.
I get the story out, but that it's done, like I said, responsibly. To me, responsibly is being honest.
Yeah, no, fuck all this. I seen the first video. I seen all 30 of them bitches. Yeah. She's talking about some. Go make sure you watch the other. Man, fuck all that shit. I didn't seen all the other videos. I'm here. Let's get to it. I got my notepad. Yeah, I've been taking notes, bitch. I'm on your head.
Part 31. Who the fuck did I marry?
I only call you bitch because I don't know you personally.
So, I found his mother's obituary online. It then told me it listed his brother in Philly and his wife. It listed Legion, and then it said his wife. I took the name from the obituary and I did a Metro Atlanta court search with that name. I found a divorce record. I found a divorce record with Legion and the same woman's name that was in the obituary.
Oh my goodness.
In that divorce record, it looks like he's the one that filed for divorce. This would have been around 2016. This was after the mother's death. He filed for divorce. She was the respondent. I think that's the correct terminology. Both had a temporary protection order against each other. He had one against her, she had one against him. The divorce ended up getting granted, finalized. Then it looks like he went on his way. In the course of the search for her name, I discovered that at one point in time, the two of them had lived in Rhode Island. So that's the connection with Rhode Island, because for the longest time I could not figure out
Why was he in Rhode Island? Rhode Island.
who lived in Rhode Island.
Yeah.
That's where that came from. The two of them, he and this woman, lived in Rhode Island several years prior, or a few years prior.
Because remember, it said Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, and Georgia. He was born in Pennsylvania. This connects to Rhode Island that was on the background check that she had ran, and then Georgia. That's the new ex-wife. That's the newest ex-wife. The most recent.
I could not find the obituary for his dad. I searched and I searched. I could not find the obituary for
His daddy
his
not
father.
dead. His daddy is dead in his heart.
For whatever reason, I knew his grandmother's name. I just randomly decided to do a Google search of the grandmother's name. Initially, nothing came up because I was looking for the grandmother's name in Philly. Nothing came up. I looked for the grandmother's name down here in Georgia. Found a record, but it was not. It wasn't quite clear. What was clear was that she had died several years prior. So
Not the motherfucking grandma that he said died from COVID. This nigga is diabolical. Why would you? I feel like, bro, I don't know what he be. Why you cheat? My grandmama died. Shut up, bitch.
what I found was a different website where it was like a legacy.com type thing. So I believe legacy.com holds old obituaries. Did a search for her name, found a match. That is when I discovered that she actually had passed away in July of 2008.
Oh my God.
Read the caption of the obituary
Same
and verified
names.
that in fact it was his grandmother. Because at the bottom of it, again, obituaries tell you a lot. It names who she leaves to cherish her memory. So it lists all the different family members. It lists the brother in Philly. It lists Legion, no spouse, and then a brother in Nashville. Once again,
The
it
two
did not
sisters are
list
not on
the
that
two
motherfucker.
sisters, Shantae and Kim. So I'm even more like, okay, clearly, something is up when it comes to Shantae and Kim, but what I do know is that he has talked to them multiple times in front of me. So I'm not sure what I'm missing. Maybe some family feud happened. I don't know. So that is how I discovered that when he told me the grandmother died from COVID and he was crying, boo-hooing and all that shit, she actually had died in July of 2008. I found this out the same time that I found out about allegedly, and I say allegedly because I'll explain, allegedly the first wife, or at least what I think is the first wife. So while all this is going on, Legion is almost bedridden from what happened with his knee. And I need to take a moment to address this issue with the knee. Again, the story started, he hit his knee. Then it turned into...
It was a football injury.
It was an old football injury. And this has happened before. He's going to the doctor. The doctor's telling him to ice it and to elevate it. He eventually moves into the guest bedroom to be more comfortable. I'm going to make this statement. This is probably the only time I will make this statement. He was not lying about the injury that he had. I don't know where the injury came from, but what I do know was he was not lying in the fact that he was in pain. You could clearly see that he was in pain, and the pain was becoming debilitating. Please understand what I'm saying. The pain was debilitating enough to where he was taking my pain meds from when I had the miscarriage. And then also, it was hard for him to walk. He was not eating. So this is what made me...
Man, people in the comments was probably like, man, that nigga lying. Ain't nothing wrong with that nigga knee. You should kick that nigga knee. You should kick that. They was probably like, you should kick that nigga in his knee and see what it do. If that motherfucker jump, he lying. Like, what the fuck? Golly, I feel that though. I feel it. Because he done lied about everything else. I'm like, ain't nothing wrong with you, nigga. Get up, nigga.
Believe this, whatever was going on with the knee, there was more to it because he was not eating. When I met this man, he was a size 3X. At this point in time in May, he's down to a 2X. He is not exercising. He is not doing anything mobile. He's simply not eating. So there definitely was something going on.
Oh, so she didn't give us all of this in the first couple of episodes of what this nigga looked like. This was a big motherfucker. You hear me? This was a big motherfucker. You hear me? She didn't say all that. She made it seem like he was good looking to her. Cause remember he hops out the whip when she blew her tire and she was like, I was just hoping he looked like his pictures. So she must find him attractive. He was good looking to her. She's very pretty. She's very gorgeous to me. Like she was, you know what I'm saying? And she said he was 6'4", 6'3", 6'3", 6'4". That's all she said about him, by far as what he looked like. I think that she did that on purpose to make sure that we didn't, somebody eventually found the nigga, but she didn't want us to go find the nigga. But yeah, she just exposed that the nigga was a big motherfucker. 6'4", 3X. Shit. Now, granted, I understand like big and tall motherfuckers be having to, wear different size clothes. I understand that. I ain't about to, you know what I'm saying? But damn,
Something concerning. Honestly, I thought it might have been cancer.
Ooh.
But he kept saying, no, it's not that. It's from a football injury. It's from a football injury. I said to him, the next time you have a doctor's appointment, I want to go. It was that bad. And he kept making excuses like, okay, fine, I'll make the appointment. I'll let you know what it is. Cool, I will take off work. I want to be at that doctor's appointment because whatever is going on with you is serious to the point where you are losing weight rapidly within a 2-week span.
Man.
So now we can go.
Motherfucking Legion said, fuck a diet. Give me a knee injury any day. Fuck. No.
Go ahead and enter into June. When we enter into June, I have read the divorce documents for not one wife, but two wives.
Two wives.
I have called San Diego State, verified they have no record of him. He claims he was a private citizen. I don't believe that.
And something tells me like, because I was watching like, what is it called? I was watching like, what's that show? Baddies or whatever the fuck. And Smiley was convulsing and she was throwing up and they took her to the hospital. When she gets to the hospital, she hop up real quick and I'm fine, I'm good, let me get the fuck up out of here, you can let me go, I'm fine now. A few minutes ago, you was I need my son. Now you fine. And I feel like there's a similar reason to why Legion don't want to go to the hospital. When people don't want to go to the hospital, they're hiding something. Because the hospital gonna pull your documents. The hospital got your social security number. It needs your insurance. They need to know who your emergency contact is. So like you can find like you don't want to meet somebody emergency contact at the hospital and not know that this is who their emergency contact is. Because the emergency contact gonna tell you the truth. Man, you better watch them. You better watch them motherfucking doctor shows. The motherfucking Grey's Anatomy and fucking The Good Doctor, and all, you better watch ER, all that. Watch them shows, bruh. It's been so many episodes where you find a motherfucker emergency contact and you didn't know that, man.
You're saying there's no record of him. I have pulled his background. It is showing that you've lived in Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, and Georgia. When I look at the addresses, it is tied to at least 2 women, both of whom I'm showing divorce records on file that you had. I've also verified that your grandmother actually died in 2008 and not in 2020 from COVID. I know all of this as I'm going into June. His birthday is June 17th. So all I've been doing is just trying to figure out what is it I'm going to do. I spoke to the pastor and his wife. I believe it was actually the pastor I spoke to because I knew the pastor previously before he did our marriage counseling. And I told him what I found. Mind blown. Mind blown. Had no idea. He knew something was up. He knew that Legion was not really trying to make this marriage work. He had no idea all this was going on. So
But
he
why?
asked me, are you wanting to stay or do you want to end the marriage? I said, oh, absolutely, I'm ending it. Oh, hell yeah, I'm ending it. I have to. I have to end it.
Fuck yeah.
I have no idea who that man is in my guest bedroom. Not to mention, on top of all of this, he had lied about the death of the ex-wife's daughter.
Yeah, that's wild.
Part 32.
Yeah, no. Get the fuck up out of there. I ain't gonna lie, bro. You gotta get your contingency plan in order and get the fuck up out of there. Cause as we've already established, he wear a 3X, he's 6'4". Now she hasn't said anything about him being abusive or getting angry, but he do be throwing little slight comments here and there. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like passive aggression is the gateway drug to physical aggression. It's the gateway, bro. It's the gateway. Passive aggression is the gateway. Because if you just build it up enough, they grab that shit. What's wrong with you? Talk to me. Binka. You know what I'm saying? Next thing you know, you didn't hit somebody. Oh my God. Look what you made me do. Walking around looking like motherfucking Vin Rames and Baby Boy. Motherfucker always want to fuck with a nigga when they got 2 strikes. I try to be calm, but niggas want to fuck with me.
Part 32. Who the fuck did I marry? All right. So, we're now in June.
Who is this nigga?
By this point in June, I have been offered the new job. Accepted it. Put in my 2-week notice at my previous job. And was going to be starting the new job. Because
that ain't nothing but the Lord. That ain't nothing but the Lord getting you that new job because he knew you had to get up out this situation. You know what I'm saying? Think about that. She was working at the Georgia State Patrol for years. He said, I think you love them niggas more than you love me up at that office. And then she dealing with your weird ass. And she like, I gotta be able to do for me, for myself. See, this situation made you get up. It made you get up and go get it. Because, nigga, you had to get away from this motherfucker. And you got to be able to pay that fucking car note or your ass going to be walking to that bus stop. The fuck?
So, when he laughed where I told him I wanted to get a new job, that laughter fueled me to get a new job.
It should have.
So,
because you ain't even think about it for real until you ended up with old boy.
The beginning of June.
Your ass was chilling at the Georgia State Patrol.
At this point, he's completely bedridden. When I say completely bedridden, what I mean is, I'm trying to clarify this so it makes sense.
Talk to
From what I see, he is going to work, but he's calling out a lot more. Okay? So, he had already left the condiment company and was working for Apple. So, he's calling out quite a bit because the pain is pretty bad. So, he's hardly eating. At this point, hardly. For example, if I were to say, oh, I ordered a 10-piece wing.
Hold on, 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 hold on. Cause when I know you be trying to keep up with this shit, but sometimes you can't be skipping over the details, baby girl. Hold on. You said the nigga was working at the condiment company, and he was supposed to be working in corporate. First, this nigga was a regional manager. Then he was supposed to be fucking promoted to a VP of condiments. Cause she was like, "What the fuck y'all got? What the fuck you need to go to why y'all moving into an office building to make condiments?" He said, because remember they was driving down the motherfucking highway. He said, "You see that building, the NCR building right there? The building behind that building, that's where I'm gonna be at with the new BMW and shit, with the new corporate car and shit like that." Okay, nigga. I'm starting to think this nigga. Man, it's some bullshit. I just know it's some bullshit up with this nigga. Wherever I don't know where he going at 6:15 in the morning. You know what I think he going? You know where I think he going at 6:15? The fucking block. That's where I think he going. I think he going to the block. I think he one of them doughboys.
Wings. He's eating 2, and that's it. That's all I would see him eat. I was going to work and coming home.
If we order a 10-piece, he eating 2 wings.
Place that it was when I left. Nothing in the kitchen had been moved. Nothing in the refrigerator had been moved, which led me to believe that he had not left the bed from the time I left to go to work until the time I came home. At this point in time, he's drinking Powerades like it's water. I mean, I'm buying cases of Powerades. And that seemed to be the only thing that he was taking in. So if he was
fake
a
ass
3X
Gatorade
when I met him, he's probably at a 1X, maybe a 2X, depending on the clothes. He's lost a lot of weight because he's not eating. So that's the reason why I said he wasn't faking whatever was going on.
Man, y'all was together. Y'all was been eating good to the bitch. Oh God, y'all must have been eating good to the bitch up in there. Y'all must have been nigga. Goddamn, talking about he done lost that much weight off of 30 days worth of an injury. Not 30 days of an injury. He probably had longer than that, but for the last 30 days, you said he was it was way worse type shit. He couldn't really eat and shit. So shit, 60 days with a caloric deficit. That motherfucker went from a 3X to a 2X, 1.5X.
I think the issue with his knee was a symptom. That was not some football injury. That was not, I hit it at work. It wasn't that. Something else was going on. I had kept asking him to, let me know when you have a doctor's appointment. I'm going to go with you.
Bro, take his ass up there.
And he just kept saying the doctor, he's calling the doctor, and the doctor told him to just keep icing the knee. But I knew better. What was happening was I didn't care because of all the stuff I was finding out. So, beginning of June, he is in the bed, sleep, and I get his phone. I ain't gonna lie. I got his phone. He had a work phone and he had a personal phone. It was the work phone.
I got 2
he had
phones.
From the condiment company.
One for the plug and one for the hose. I got 2 phones.
Apparently was never turned in. Follow me. It'll all come out. So he still had the work phone. It was deactivated. But he did not wipe the phone, if y'all know what I mean. Take all the data off. He did not do that. So I look through the phone and I see this would have been text messages. Text messages between him and a woman named Peaches. I go back to the beginning of the text messages. This is on the work phone. This is the beginning of June of 2021. I go back to the text messages the beginning of the text messages between him and Peaches. Yes, that was her name, Peaches. I'm reading the thread because he's knocked out sleep. So I'm in the bathroom with the door locked, reading the thread. And what I can tell is that he met Peaches on POF. If you don't know what POF is, it is Plenty of Fish.
He nasty. This nigga nasty. I swear to God, it's like the online apps, bro. Look, bro, get off the dating apps. Get off them bitches. Ain't nobody good on there, bro. If you like, I'm a good person, I deserve. Get off of that shit, bro. Go outside, touch you some grass, smell you some ass, bro. Women and men, I don't give a fuck. Get off the sites, bro. It's nothing but weirdos. It's nothing but legions on them motherfucking apps, bro. Get off them fucking dating apps. Cause he looking for booty. He looking for straight booty meat. Don't and a lick.
A dating website. He met Peaches. This would have, I saw the messages in June, so he met Peaches around February. Met Peaches from POF.
So hold on. Let's keep up with this shit, cause I'm gonna go through my notes. Cause she said he met Peaches in February. Y'all got married in January. 2 weeks later, y'all was beefing, or y'all was started to have issues. He met Peaches in February. I was looking for a date. Hold on. He started to come home later looking at houses. In late January, Your birthday was on the 15th of February. And I think a few days after that, he said he made up some issue about he made up an issue about somebody pulling up to the fucking, because her birthday was on the 15th. He gave her money to get her nails done a couple days later. So let's say between the 15th and that weekend. She said that weekend was a Saturday, I remember. That weekend, she's talking about that Saturday. Boom, she was getting her nails done. He made up an issue. Check me out, I'm moving different. He made up an issue about somebody pulling up to the house saying that they were looking for her. Bro literally started some shit with you because he was outside. Nigga, stop.
And apparently Peaches was, there's no nice way to say it. Apparently Peaches was a prostitute. So
paying for that.
The reason why I say that is because in the text messages, she's listing the prices. So he asked for a hand job. This is in the text messages. She told him it would be like $40. He asked how much would it be for oral. She said it would be $60. Because it was $60 and $80. One was the price with a condom, one was the price without one. So no messages after that. She sent a picture, he sent a picture. No messages after that. So in other words, these messages were not back to back every single day. There's breaks in between the messages. So like a message was in March, the next message is in April. Message in April.
Yeah, so whenever he get a little lonely, whenever he feeling a little lonely, or he ain't fucking with you because he roll over, he look at you, he said, he go text Peaches. He go take he's stupid, but he ain't that stupid. Like he you not home for a few hours, he get home a little early. Ain't nothing in the fridge to eat. He gonna get him a little peach. Yeah.
Next message is like 2 weeks later. So he's asking her the prices. Next message I see would have been from a few weeks prior to the date of this. So this was the beginning of June. The message is from sometime beginning of May, where he is thanking her and says to her, thank you so much. That was really great. I hope I can see you again. Then there's messages where she said, hey, basically she was at a new spot. She must have moved. So he said, okay, I'm going to come through. I'm going to come see you. He's asking her to confirm the address. He was like, is it the house with the brown trash can with a white car in the front? She says, yes. So I'm thinking he was actually in front of the house when he's texting these messages. Then again, he does whatever he does, and he sends her a message a few hours later saying, "Thank you. That was great."
Damn.
I'm reading all this.
Damn. Damn. He get his pickle wickled. You hear me type shit. He get his pickle tickled. That shit's fucking nasty, bitch. Oh my God. And he probably, his broke ass was probably getting the $60 special. He started cheating on you with a prostitute on your birthday month, bruh. Oh, fuck.
And I will tell you guys something that you may or may not understand. Some women may or may not understand it. The cheating didn't even faze me. Didn't even faze me. I didn't cry. I didn't
Shit, you done found all that
I
bullshit.
did not feel like, what did I do wrong?
As anything, it was almost relief and what's the word I'm looking for? Like not clarification. Maybe. But it's like reinforce. I don't know, but like I'm trying to think of the word for it. Where it's like he cheated before and he told you, I was just playing, I should have did this, I'm sorry, da da da. Man, you're not gonna keep prosecuting me for this shit. I already said I was sorry. But it's like now you have enough evidence to go, I knew your ass was out there fucking them bitches. I like because when you catch somebody once you send a picture, if you send somebody, I just feel like as a man, once you send some pictures, you know what I'm saying, you are mentally in a space where it's like you want that thing. You want that thing. And depending on how easy it is for you to get that thing, come on now.
I was relieved. The reason why I was relieved is
relieved.
because up until this point, I kind of struggled a little bit on whether or not, God, I know, Lord, you hate divorce. But I can't stay with a guy that lies. So when I saw the cheating stuff, I was like, oh, shoot, thank you, Jesus. Okay. Because I know my Father in heaven's going to forgive the fact that I'm going to divorce him for infidelity. Go ahead. It's fine. Jesus will forgive me. So I was relieved, to be honest with you. Like, oh,
I would have took screenshots of that shit and sent it to myself.
I got grounds now, bitch. That's how I felt. So saw the messages, forwarded the messages to my phone.
That's what the fuck I'm talking about.
I had to take my phone because the phone was deactivated. So I kind of had to do a little ghetto. Hold the phone up, take my phone, and take pictures of what I see on the phone so that I would have proof on my phone. Then I put the phone back and continued on. Now, in the next part is the day that he gets kicked out. And I will tell y'all what happened. Part 33, who the fuck did I marry? June 17th.
On his birthday?
2021. So, you guys have been on this ride. You now know.
His birthday was a June 6th or something like that.
The morning of June 17th, which was his birthday.
Yeah, I'm alright. Yeah, I'm here.
He was in the bed as usual. Powerade bottles all over the place because I wasn't in the mood to clean.
Yeah, fuck that dude.
I went in his room. He was awake. He was watching YouTube on his cell phone.
Lame ass nigga.
He watched a lot of YouTube, watching these two guys that always were fixing Jeeps on YouTube. And if I saw them, I would know exactly who they are, but I can't remember their name. It's a popular show on YouTube. Anyway, so I go in there and I just calmly sit on the edge of the bed. And I was like, can we talk?
Oh, shit.
And he was like, yeah, what's up?
I got you, nigga.
I said to him, Legion. Obviously, I called him his name. Legion. I said, I'm going to ask you something. I just want you to be honest with me. So he starts, I can already see in his eyes, he's about to get defensive. And I was like, calm. Because this is the tone I had. Calm. I said, you never went to San Diego State, did you? He rolls his eyes and he's like, I said, calm down.
I already told you, man.
I said, you never went to San Diego State. said, you never lived in California, did you? And he said, of course I lived in California. He was like, I fucking showed you the house I had in California. He said, and I told you about San Diego State. I was a private citizen. My dad paid for me to be a private citizen. And I said, okay.
What about these
San Diego State
bitches? Oh, she said, I called it. She said, nigga, I called the motherfucking San Diego State, nigga.
And he looked at me. His eyes were like empty. Like, he wasn't shocked. He wasn't like, oh my God. He was just more like, okay. I said, they have no record of you. I said, they have no record because you never went. You never been to California. So at this point, I'm very calm. And I'm just stating, I said, you never been to California. I said, I bet you've only lived in Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Rhode Island. At this point, now there's a little emotion behind the eyes. And I said, I don't think that this is going to work. And he said, what, the marriage? He was like, so what you saying? You don't want to be married to me anymore? And I said, I don't want to be married to you anymore. I said,
real nigga shit.
We need to go our separate ways. We tried, but we need to go our separate ways. The way that I am talking to you all,
man, COVID was a different monster, nigga. COVID must have been, I don't know what the fuck. I was at the crib making TikToks. You know what I'm saying? Doing social media and shit like that. Started my streaming career. You feel me? No viewers, 0 viewers for 80 days, nigga. You know what I'm saying? This bitch put a stranger in her house. Cause she didn't want to be COVID alone. Oh shit! And you gonna send this nigga on his merry way on his birthday?
That's exactly how I was talking to him. And so he was like, "That's not what marriage is. Marriage is, you have to fight for what you want." I said, "I don't want this, and I don't want to fight for it." I said, "I don't want you, and I don't want this." And so he was like, I'm not giving up on the two of us. I said, you don't have a choice.
Nigga.
I said, I think that you should call your brother or your sister now. And I think that you need to pack a bag. And I think you need to get the fuck out my house.
Yes, sir. Nigga. I gotta put these notes. Hold on. She said, pack a bag. Pack a bag and get the fuck out my house. On your birthday, nigga. That's how you do it. Hey, that's how you do them. You feel me? On your birthday, nigga. Because if you remember, which is unfortunate, extremely unfortunate, excuse me. If you remember, a year ago to date, on his birthday, they went out to eat to try to still celebrate his birthday. And then that night, she took a pill to pass the rest of the situationship that she had when she had the miscarriage. And I said, what the fuck are we talking about? I'm sorry, bro. Birthdays are cool. I understand it's your birthday and you want to celebrate life, but sometimes things are just bigger than you, right? And that was one of those times. That was one of those times where you go, I know it was my birthday, but this is more important. What the fuck are we outside eating big dinner, big rib chop? Like, what the fuck? And then she go home and she deal with that shit. And she still ends up having to go to the hospital, which your bitch ass left her at for 4 hours. So yeah, nigga, pack a bag and get the fuck out.
I don't really have time for this. I don't feel well. I said, I don't care.
That's what I'm talking about.
You need to get out of my house.
Talk your shit.
Again, the way I know y'all are going to be like, she's so dramatic. And in real, I am actually a very dramatic person. But the way that I'm talking to you guys on this video is exactly how I was talking to him in the beginning of how this started. So I said, you need to call your brother, or call your sister, because she's in Douglasville, and you need to go stay there. You need to get out this house today. Basically what happened was, at first, he refused. He wasn't moving fast enough for me. And so he called his aunt. And his aunt was on speakerphone. Let me preface that. She was on speakerphone. And so she was like, what's going on? And he was like, my wife don't want me no more. She claimed that I be lying to her. I ain't never lied to her. When I heard this,
you got mad than a motherfucker.
What's the analogy I can give y'all? When I heard him say to his aunt, I ain't never lied to her before, something in me snapped. The best analogy I can give you. Do y'all remember that movie Carrie?
Yeah.
Prom.
Yeah.
And everyone was laughing
at
her.
Yeah.
The blood had fallen down on her.
Yeah.
And there was a moment where her eyes just went wild, and you knew something was about to happen. You just didn't know what. But y'all had pushed her too far. When he said to his aunt, I ain't never lied to her, I snapped.
Motherfucker eyes got the tweaking.
The calmness left.
She was like, bitch!
The amount of rage that was in me.
Yeah.
I could have fought every member of the Kansas City Chiefs and beat every last one of their asses. I could have fought every member on the Atlanta Falcons and beat every last one of their asses.
Whoop,
I'm not a violent person. But I was there.
Mm-hmm.
That statement, I ain't never lied to her, took me there. I went off. I went off. I went off so bad that first of all, every part of me was shaking. I called my mom. My mom was on speakerphone, and she's in Arkansas. My mom's a praying woman. I was cussing like a sailor. My mom finally said, put him on the phone. So I gave him the phone, and I'm standing there, and I'm looking around the room. Is the scene that I remember is the Angela Bassett scene in Waiting to Exhale, when her eyes are darting around the room right before she grabs everything to put it in the car to set it on fire. I was more so looking at what weapons were in the room. The lamp, the TV, the dresser. I was looking more, while she was talking to him, my eyes were darting around the room, because if he did not get his ass up and get his shit and get up out of my house, it was going to be bad. If I have never in my life been on TikTok and said thank you, had it not been for the blood, y'all, it
was the blood.
I know this is gonna sound.
It was the blood.
It's gonna sound like Kanye. Girl, you so funny. You don't understand. Had it not been for the Lord on my side, had it not been for the fact that I know I got a praying mother, I know I had a praying aunt, I know I've had a praying grandmother in heaven, because I'm telling you, I clearly saw what was getting ready to happen had he not gotten up, got his shit, and got out of my house. So I'm trying to calmly say this because I'm trying to calmly tell this story because the rage had taken over me. The pure, unadulterated rage that I felt when he said to his aunt, I ain't never lied to her, after I had discovered.
The way she reenacted that shit, he said that shit exactly. He said that shit exactly how she said he said that shit. Cause I could tell that shit pissed her the fuck off. She was like, "You ain't do what? What the fuck did you just say?" Bro, I'd have started, man, if that was me, bro. And I don't give a fuck about and I know she said she won't say nothing about the phone call with the ex-wife. I would have printed every single thing, that every piece of fucking evidence that I found. The way this nigga print shit, I would have printed everything I found on the internet. I would have screenshotted that shit. I took a screenshot of that shit on the computer, because you can screenshot on the computer. Screenshot shit on your. I would have screenshotted all that shit I found, PDF that motherfucker, and I would have printed that shit. And I would have waited for his ex, because motherfuckers like that love to try to gaslight you, try to flip it on you. He been flipping it every time you try to present some shit to him. Flip it, flip it, flip it. Fuck all that. I would have started slamming that shit on the fucking table. Bow, sheet after sheet. There go the obituary. Bow. There go the marriage license. Bow. There go another obituary. Bow. There go another motherfucking marriage license. Bow. There go your social security number. Bow. There go the other social security number. Bow. Here go our marriage license. Bow. I'd have started slap. Here go the pictures of you and Peaches, bitch. Bow. I'd have started slapping that shit on the fucking table. Bow. 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 I'd have started every fucking thing that I found. I'd have took a screenshot of that shit. I took a picture of that shit. Put that motherfucker in a PDF, printed it, and every time, and when he was sitting there trying to talk that bullshit, I'd have slapped that shit on the table. Page after page after page, and he gonna go, "What is this? Read it, bitch. Fucking read it, bitch." And as he's reading and looking at it, he gonna fucking realize that I'm fucking crazy, nigga. He would, in her shoes, he would realize bitch, I'm crazy, nigga.
Only 2% of the lies at that point. Just 2%. So it was enough for me to be like, you need to get your stuff and go. So my mother gets on the phone and she says to him, Legion, she called him by name. She said, I am not there to control my daughter. She said, in the name of Jesus, get your stuff and get out that house, because I think she might kill you. Get out of the house. She's on my phone. His aunt is on his phone. His aunt said, nephew, come home. Home for her was Philly. She said, I'll send you money. Come home. Leave that house right now, she said, because I think that woman is about to kill you. Let's go. Let's just go to part 34.
Let's just go to part 34. On God. On God, I'm going to it.
Part 34. Who the fuck did I marry?
Who was it?
The aunt told him, I'll send you money. Come home. I'm yelling in the background, by the way. I'm not standing there calmly. I'm yelling. I said, oh, he got money. Yeah, you got money. You got money in that offshore account, right? You got money in that Chase account. You got money to drive. So do what you got to do. I told him, and I'm not going to repeat some of the stuff I said because my mom might see this TikTok. But I did tell him, I was like, if you don't get out of this house, actually what I said was, you have two options. You either going to leave this house voluntarily, or you're going to leave this house involuntarily. And he tried to get a little nuck if you buck. He tried. And that's when because he was still on the bed, still laying in the bed. And he was just like, you ain't going to do shit. Like, don't talk to me like you done lost your fucking mind. Da, da, da. And I calmly got close to him. I got like this close. And I literally said, I will beat you like the bitch you are.
This POV is insane. Oh, shit. She said, look here, pussy. Bitch ass nigga. Oh, shit. Oh my God. She said, I leaned into the camera, broke the fourth wall, looked at that man in his spirit and said, I will beat you like the bitch that you are. Whoo. He had to get buck after that shit.
I dare you to try me. I said, I will literally beat you like the male bitch you are. And so when I said that, his eyes were like, I said, I'm not even playing. Because at this point, I'm rocking like back and forth. Y'all, again, I'm not some hardened type chick. I'm not. I move soft
You
like
was down there with the Paw Patrol though, so I know you might have a little 1-2 on you. You look like you're a little heavy with that motherfucker. You put your hip in that bitch, like you might be able to get you. Even if he might get a couple off, but you might be able to weed that motherfucker. You might be able to get his ass one time. I feel like you know what I'm saying.
But I have been pushed.
Ring size by the 8, yeah, you a knock, you a that motherfucker.
I'm walking back. I'm pacing. So finally, his aunt was able to get through to him. I had called my aunt, my mother, my aunt. I had called the pastor. I had called all these people because I did know that I was in a very dangerous place. Not because I'm scared of him. At this point, I was scared of me. I don't know if this has ever happened to someone where you know your own, you know yourself. You know that you got a line. I was over that line. So I had enough wherewithal to be like, okay, you're probably gonna go to jail today. You're probably gonna go to jail. You probably ain't gonna have that job in the morning. Like I was there. And again, this is not to sound bragging at all. This was a woman who,
girl, you been through the ringer with this motherfucker.
That even with the attempt of me trying to give him one last opportunity to tell me the truth, he still lied in my face. I was at my edge. So I yanked the covers back and
get your bitch ass up.
I told him, I was like, get up, get the fuck out of my house. Again, I'm saying it calmly on here. It was nothing calm in the house when this happened.
Hell no, you get your bitch ass up. So yeah, I know how that shit went.
Throwing stuff up against the wall. I remember I looked at the lamp. He looked at me looking at the lamp, and I think something in him realized, okay, I'm in pain, but if I don't get up, she's going to do something with that lamp. So he does get up. He is still on the phone with the aunt because the aunt was pretty much like, keep me on the phone. She did not want him to hang up. He throws some stuff together. Again, keep in mind, he has all his stuff in the house. So he basically packed like 2 bags worth of clothes. And he's limping around, and I'm standing in the hallway watching him like a probation officer. So he's limping around, and I'm looking at the condition of the bedroom. This is when I noticed Legion had been semi-bedridden. Remember, I told y'all that because the knee and other stuff. I look at these bottles of Powerade because he had been drinking Powerade so much at this point. He was not getting up to go to the bathroom. He was drinking the Powerade and then using the empty bottles to pee in.
Oh my God.
So there was about 6 bottles
of
around the bed.
Piss.
And I was like, what is this? Because again, I hadn't really been going in that room. I was busy being CIA, FBI, and Homeland Security for the past 2 weeks. So I was like, what is this? He was like, I'm going to throw it out. He grabbed a trash bag, put the bottles in there. And I said, what are in those bottles? I said, tell me. And I think I started like twitching. Like, tell me. That is not piss in those bottles. He was like, I couldn't make it to the bathroom. I was in too much pain. So at this point, I'm even more like, yeah, get the fuck out. Get out. Get out of my house. So,
man, you better than me, nigga. I'd have cracked one of them bitches open and I went on his way out. I'd have been like, is that piss? I'd have picked one of them bitches up on his way out the front door. I'd have cracked one of them bitches and knocked that shit on that nigga head. You pissing motherfucker. You nasty bitch. That nigga would have gotten the car smelling like straight piss. I don't give a fuck. Whoever he would have pulled up on, he would have smelled like piss. Fuck that. This motherfucker foul.
I helped him while he was packing his bags. I went downstairs. I took the house key off of his keys. I went back upstairs. He had his 2 bags. I grabbed the 2 bags. Yes, I did. I grabbed the 2 bags. I had opened up the garage. I had already popped the trunk for his car and threw the bags in the car. I did that because I was like, you getting out this house. You getting out this house today. You can't come back. You can't come back ever. So it took him about 2 hours from the time of I will beat you like the bitch you are for him to actually leave the house. Again, I'm calm telling y'all this story. It was not calm in the house. So he eventually puts on some sweatpants. Now I can really see how much weight he has lost. But he puts on some sweatpants. He puts on a shirt. He's limping down. He's like, you really gonna kick me out on my birthday?
Nigga, fuck you.
I just looked at him. Opened the door. He went through the garage, got into his car, called, his aunt was still on the phone, and she was like, I'm going to send you some money. And that's the part I was like, clearly he has the money. Like, you ain't got to send him money. He doesn't even have to go to Philly. He can just go get a hotel for now. I don't care what he does. He just got to leave his house. So he ends up getting in the car, driving off. My mom calls and she's just like, is he still there? I said no. I had not told her what all he had lied about. Even in the midst of me being angry and me going off, I never told him that I spoke to the ex-wife. I never told him I knew he was lying about the stepdaughter, because then he would have asked how, what makes you say that? So I did keep my word. I never told him I spoke to her. So he eventually left. I text a friend of mine. I text my landlord. I said, I have an emergency. I need to know if it is okay to get the locks changed. Landlord was like, that's fine. My landlord was super cool. Shout out to Mr. Patel.
Mr. Patel. Shout him
to Home Depot.
Mr. Patel.
Bought brand new locks. Text a friend of mine, asked him, when you get off work, can you please come by my house? I need the locks changed today. So he was like, oh, okay, what's going on? I said, I'll explain it later.
Fuck all that. Pull up.
So
we ain't got time to be talking.
To give you a timeline of June 17th, when I asked him about San Diego State and I told him that I know you've never even been to California, that was about 8:30, 9 o'clock in the morning. By the time he left the house, it was maybe going on noon, 1 o'clock. So this happened pretty quickly. If you're wondering, why did you even ask him? I already knew that I wanted out. I knew that. But for some reason, a part of me was like, let's just see if he'll be honest just one last time. And he wasn't. And it sent me into a rage. And then he lied to his aunt saying, I ain't never lied to her. And that sent me over the edge. So by 1 o'clock, by 1:30, he was gone.
Get the fuck out of here.
By 2:30, I had done a pretty good job of cleaning up the bedroom. He had thrown away the Powerade bottles, so I didn't have to touch those. I stripped the sheets. Anything that he touched in that bedroom, I stripped the sheets, threw them in the trash bag, threw them out in the trash can.
Facts. You don't want that shit.
And so most of this was adrenaline. Adrenaline was pushed because I hate packing. I hate doing all that stuff. I went on Amazon. I ordered oversized, large tote bags because I was packing up all his shit. Part 34. Part 35. Who the fuck did I marry?
I don't fucking know.
So I packed up all his stuff. Okay. The reason why I packed up all his stuff is because, so I had a 3-bedroom, 2.5-bath townhome. One room was the guest room. Obviously, there was a master bedroom. And then we had a TV room that he had made like his Philadelphia Eagles man cave.
That shit lame as
I was
hell.
going to put everything that belonged to him, pack it up, and put it in the TV room because the plan should have been that he's going to come back and get all his stuff. Okay, so that's why I did it. And honestly, it just felt good to pack up his stuff and go through it freely, because when he packed in a hurry, he left obviously really important things. He left all his Invicta watches. He left all his WWE Championship belts. And if you know anything about WWE Championship belts, you know those things are expensive. He left all his Jordans.
You talking about the toys you get at fucking Walmart? What the fuck is she talking about? Huh? Like,
He left suits. He left Cole Haan shoes. He left all that because it was such a hurry for him to leave. So
yeah, get
all
his
that was
bitch ass out
still
of there,
in my house.
bum ass bitch.
So around 2:30, I think I wasn't even at a place where I could start crying. I was just too angry.
Hell
Still
yeah.
shaking, packing everything up.
Honestly, what
packing
would you even
everything
cry
up.
for? Fuck this dude. You got
One
your
of the
new
things that
job.
he-
You got your new place. You renting. You didn't get a house with him. You don't got a baby with him. Shit, you out of you good. You golden ghost, motherfucker. You golden ghost.
Left is a photo album with all the pictures of his mom and dad and his siblings growing up. Now, I had the thought of I was going to have a burn party and I was going to put it on Facebook Live. I was going to burn it with my friends and drink and dance and play music.
God
But,
damn.
It's his deceased parents. I do have a heart. So I put that somewhere special, meaning I put it up in the closet. He had told me that he was going to come back and get his stuff. And so I just did not, I didn't throw anything out unless it was like something I knew was trash. Other than that, I put everything up and kept it, in the TV room. So that's June 17th. Also on June 17th, I had already ordered his birthday cake. I had ordered the birthday cake like the end of May because it was like a special birthday cake. So I also had to go get the birthday cake from the bakery in East Point.
Bruh, I would have threw that bitch in the
And I took
garbage.
it to my family's house and we ate it. Yes, I had left the house, went to my family's house, filled them in, my aunt, my little cousin, and my grandfather, because my mom was in Arkansas. So went over to their house, filled them in on what was going on. They could not believe it. Although my grandfather then told me, he said, he ain't look like he was a football player. He was like, I ain't want to say nothing, but he ain't look like he was a football player.
Shit, arena football ain't shit anyways. That ain't no like. I mean, like, no, not saying that I know people are getting paid, and I know people get paid different ways. But like, if you look at like OTE basketball or whatever, fuck, like I know y'all are more so like content creators, and you are getting some type of payment for that, but you're not. It's not getting paid, like, you know what I'm saying. So, granddaddy was like, "You a football player, huh?" Not no more. I used to. Nigga don't look like no fucking football player. All right.
Gotta love grandparents. So we ate his birthday cake. Went back home. The friend that I had called came, changed all the locks. I changed the security codes. Effectively, he would not have been able to get in that house. So that is what happened on June 17th. So now we can fast forward. He would text me and he would call me that he got to Philly. Apparently he left Georgia and immediately went to Philly.
No, he didn't.
So he immediately went to Philly, and he did text me and said that he made it to Philly and he was staying at his aunt's house. I know that this is a short part. That's okay, because what we're doing now is I went through how we met. I went through how we dated. I went through how we got married. Um, Now I'm taking you all to June 17th. The week after June 17th, he's in Philly. He still would call me. He still would text me. The conversations we were having the week after June 17th, so this would be June 18th up to the 24th. The conversations we are having had to do with divorce. So who's going to file? And he was like, well, I don't want a divorce, so I'm going to fight you on it. Are you? Really? Are you going to fight me on the divorce?
Really, nigga?
I didn't know anything about filing for a divorce.
Shit, last time he couldn't. I think the last two times, or no, the last time he couldn't even afford the fees or some shit like that. I'm thinking, I swear, shit, I showed you the money. I showed you, bro. I'm telling you, I don't know how he got the money. I don't know where he getting the money from. But that nigga ain't making no money. I said that shit 20 some parts ago. That nigga wasn't making no bread. Auntie talking about something, I'm gonna send him the cheese. She talking about something, I'm seeing the cows, he don't need no cheese. Yes, the fuck he do. This man just drove all the way to fucking Philly. Something's up with that shit, bro. I can't wait till she tell me what the fuck going on with Buddy and that cheese.
But I refuse to stay in a place of ignorance.
Oh, God.
So I went online. There's a website that you can go to where you pay like a $200, $239 fee. And you fill out basic information and you choose your state. You choose your state and they will but they will make all your documents. All you got to do is print it out and take it to the court. And it is step-by-step directions. We didn't have any property with each other. We didn't have any kids with each other. So by Georgia's standards, this should be an uncontested divorce. So the conversation that last week, the week of June 18th to the 24th, was about divorce. What stuff do you want to keep? Well, I'm going to come and get all my stuff. I just don't understand why you couldn't talk to me about it. I said, there's no room for talking because you've been lying to me since day one. But even still, keep in mind, as of June 17th, June 18th, June 19th, I did not know what I know now. So the lies were really only like 5% of the whole story. So
damn.
June 24th or 25th is when I had printed my documents. And I'm laughing because at this point in time, I've read y'all's comments about how that man will print out stuff. I know. But I used the website, typed all my stuff in, got my documents.
Man, because that's how I'm like, bro, how the fuck is you getting bamboozled by a motherfucking printer? A Xerox machine? Girl, if you... And then what's crazy is now, post-marriage... Once they married and shit, she found out all this stuff, and now you miss Google. Now you miss Google search. What the fuck? I didn't know anything about houses and that. But then when a nigga cheating, now you know about some Google. God damn.
And then I went. I took a day off from the job because I was getting ready to transition into the new job. So I left work early, went to the courthouse, and filed for divorce. I filed. I paid. And then I already had the documents where he would have needed to sign so that it could then be entered into for a divorce settlement agreement. Mm-hmm. So going into part 36 or 35, I know there's so many parts. Going into the next part is where I can tell you guys what happened with him, because he drove to Philly and he was in Philly for about a week, maybe 3 to 4 days. Then I get a message on Facebook Messenger from a woman claiming to be his cousin. Lord Jesus. So the cousin tells me, actually I can tell y'all. So the cousin tells me that he's there. He's telling the family that I kicked him out. He's telling the family that I kicked him out after he walked in on me having an affair.
Oh my
That I
goodness.
stole his money,
Oh my God.
and I then kicked him out. And the man I was having an affair with, he said, was a law enforcement officer who used his duty weapon to threaten him to get out the house. This is what he told his family. And the cousin was reaching out to me. She found me through a search on Facebook and was reaching out to me because she's like, we know he lies. So I'm just trying to figure out is this true? Because he's up here asking us for money, asking to stay on our couches. Like, what's going on?
Oh my
Then she
God.
explained to me, we didn't even know he got married.
Oh my
So this is
God.
the first time we're hearing about you. What do you mean you didn't know he got married? He talks to his brother every day.
Oh shit.
She said, who told you that?
This nigga diabolical. This nigga is diabolical. Who the fuck is he talking to? Is he talking to straight prostitutes? Bitches? Himself? Who is he talking to? Oh my God.
I said, I've heard him talk to his brother every day. All his brothers. She said, all his brothers. How many brothers do you think he has? I said, he has 4 brothers. I named them. She said, he has 2 brothers. She said, he has the twin and he has the older brother. I said, twin? Who is the twin? Welcome to the next part where we discover the real family tree.
Oh fuck. Oh fuck. This nigga literally lies about every fucking thing. You would think that this nigga was an ex-marine or some shit, like he just has to like keep his identity a secret. I'm telling you, this motherfucker is a vagabond. I swear to God, this nigga is, man, he ain't shit. He ain't shit. He is a new level of ain't shit.
Part 36, who the fuck did I marry?
Hold on,
The
man.
family tree.
Hold on, I gotta get me some snacks for this shit. Hold on, dog. Hell no. Hold on, man. What the fuck? This nigga outrageous. Shit, got me a motherfucking. Oh my goodness. You know, fucking snack. Damn, I should got me another water. Alright, girl. What the fuck?
Please fasten your seatbelts and put the tray tables in the upright position. Let's go. All right. The cousin, I'm not going to name her. The cousin had reached out to me on Facebook, asked me to please give her a call. So this conversation was on the phone. Yes, I was actually speaking to her. She informs me again about the whole he's up there. He's telling everyone that he walked in on me cheating on him. It was with a law enforcement officer, and that the law enforcement officer used his duty weapon to threaten him to get him out of the house. The reason why I'm particularly mentioning the fact that he said it was law enforcement is because he was trying to get a family member, like one of his cousins, to call the agency of the law enforcement officer and file a complaint, which in hopes would then start an internal affairs investigation. Yeah. So, female cousin's on the phone with me. She's telling me everything that he is telling them. She's like, look, we know he a liar.
Oh God.
We don't fuck with him. He's been a liar since a kid, but he's also family. She said, we didn't know at all who you are. So I thought that that was interesting because I was like, you didn't know who I was, but his brother knew who I was. And so, again, that's when I said to her that I was like, I've talked, he's talked to his brother every day. So why wouldn't the brother tell y'all that he had gotten married?
Yeah.
And so she said, what brother? And so I told her the brother's name. And she said,
that ain't his name.
He told you that? I said, he was having the phone calls in front of me. So at this point, what the cousin said was, she was like, okay, I'm going to confirm that with him. She was like, he lives up the street, so I'm going to just confirm that with him. She was like, because I'm pretty sure that they have been beefing for a while. I was like, I can only tell you what I saw, what I heard. That's all I can say. So then when she asked me about, well, how many brothers do you think he has? And I said, he has 4 brothers. Again, I listed all of them. This woman was like, he has 2 brothers. She said he has the twin, and he has the older brother, the one that he was on the phone with every morning, blah, 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 blah.
That nigga cheating crazy.
I said, twin? Who's the twin? So this is where she explained to me. She said the parents, mom and dad, had the older brother. The older brother is about 5 or 6 years older than Legion. Legion and the younger brother, who lives in Nashville, they are twins. So when he kept saying the younger brother, my younger brother by 2 years, it's his older brother by 20 minutes. They are twins.
This nigga lie about everything.
I have seen a picture of this brother. Yes, they do very much look alike, but I didn't know they were twins. It doesn't even matter. I didn't know they were twins. But definitely they had the same mom and dad. So she was like, no, that he's older than Legion by 20 minutes. They're twins. She said, so the parents had 3 boys.
Mm-hmm.
Brother in Philly, the older brother, and the twins. She was like, who the hell are these sisters that you talking about?
Yeah, facts.
So I tell her, I was like, Shantae and Kim. She said, I don't know who Shantae is. She said, Kim is my daughter. Kim is not his sister. Kim is my daughter. And she said, that's his cousin. She was like, and they haven't spoken in about 20 years.
What the fuck?
So, no, that's not his sister. He does not have any sisters. And I said, well, then what about the other 2 brothers? She was like, what other 2 brothers?
What the fuck is going on?
I said, the brothers from his dad. She was like, you mean to tell me this man is going around telling people, I know somebody's going to quote Nicki Minaj, lying on your dead mama, but try not to. She said, you mean to tell me this man is walking around lying on his dad, saying that his dad had kids outside of his mom? And I kind of stuttered like, yeah. She was like, he does not. She said, I have no idea who those 2 men are. She said, those are not his brothers. But if y'all remember, I've met those 2. And he introduced them as, man, this is my brother John. This is my brother Matt, type thing. And so they both were like, oh, my sister, it's good to meet you. It's good to meet you. Remember that, because obviously I do eventually talk to those 2 men again. So she says to me, the family tree.
Man, I told y'all that was some sandbox shit. I knew that was some sandbox shit. I don't know why she didn't think that was some sandbox shit, but it was just some, you grew up with him or you knew him or that's your man's and you call him your brother. You know what I'm saying? But he probably created he probably made it an implication that was his blood relative brother, and that's where the issue lies. He never cleared it up. I'm a fucking lying at that nigga.
Is mom and dad, the 3 sons. She was like, there are no sisters. She said, I don't have a clue who Shantae is. She said, Kim is my daughter, so that's just their cousin. But again, they ain't spoken 20 years. I said, okay, and then there was the grandmother. She said, yeah, she named the grandmother. She was like, yeah, she died in like 2008. I said, yeah, he told me that she died in 2020. And that, all of you were coming down for the memorial service. And she's just like, She died in 2008. I said, then there was the uncle who also died from COVID. She was like, which uncle is that? I told her the name. She said, he's been dead since like, shit, 2010.
So the question is, why is he telling you that these people are dead recently when they're not really dead, and he's just using them as an excuse? Like, we need to go get this nigga some help. Cause what? There's too much digital data. You know what I mean? Like for a nigga to be lying like this and not thinking about the fact that, I could just look this shit up, right? Like, what the fuck, nigga? I can just call somebody, like I'm doing right now with the cousin, and verify this information. Why do you think you could just lie like this? Because you think that I would never think to actually look into whatever the fuck you talk about? Some shit, man.
I said, okay, what about the cousin nicknamed Junebug? Everybody got a cousin. If you're not African American, we all know a Junebug somewhere. And she just was like, oh yeah, cousin Junebug. She was like, man, that's crazy what happened to him. And I was like, what do you mean what happened to him? Because I know he has talked to his cousin Junebug on the phone like a few months prior. He was like, and so she said to me, she said, yeah, he had passed away in like 2016. So this is now 3 people that she's naming that I recall him having either a story about or a phone call with, and she's telling me that they are all passed away. So this is when the conversation kind of changes, and she's like, you know what? She said, let me speak to the older brother. Because he probably wants to talk to you. She was like, you probably should talk to him, and a lot of your questions will get answered. She was like, this dude's been lying ever since he was a kid. She was like, she said, literally, we don't fuck with him. I remember her saying that verbatim. She was so adamant. She was like, and when he showed up here out the blue, talking about how his wife cheated on him with a law enforcement officer, and how the guy took his gun out and threatened him to leave the house. She was like, we knew something was up. She was like, that's why I had to find out who you were and reach out to you and find out the truth. I said, there was no other guy. There was no law enforcement officer. And she was like, yeah, because he was telling us where the dude worked and how we should go ahead and help him file a complaint so that this dude could lose his job. I said, there is no other person. I said, I kicked him out. That was me, all by myself. No gun, just my fist.
Fist of fury, nigga.
She said, he's telling us that he had gotten married, and then she was like, apparently y'all had a baby. So she was like, so you got a kid with him? So I had to explain to her. I said, no. I said I had a miscarriage back in June of 2020, and I had to have surgery in July. So she was just like, girl. So she started like really being encouraging and was saying, you dodged a bullet, honey. She was like, I don't wish this. She's like, I know he my family, but I don't wish him on no woman. So.
God damn. It really be motherfuckers like this walking around and shit. I know everybody need love, want love. But like I said before, man, get off them fucking dating sites, bro. Get off them dating sites, bro. It's nothing but bums on there, bro. It's like, it's bums and bitches looking to sell coochie. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. And motherfuckers looking for a lick. I had to throw that in there because sometimes people be just looking for a motherfucker desperate enough to just do shit for them. You either a lick, and even the bums still looking for a lick, looking for a motherfucker they can leech off of, mooch off of. They some fucking bums. They terrible. The women too. Don't got shit to offer. Ugly to the motherfucker.
We've had each other's numbers. She was like, if you need anything, please feel free to call me. She was like, I've had my own issues with him. I've had my own issues in life. But she was like, get your divorce and be done with him. Then she said, I'm going to put you in contact with the older brother. Next part is me finally talking to the older brother that he had been talking to every morning.
And she said this is only 5% of the lies, bro. We on part 37, and she's saying this is only 5%.
Part 37, who the fuck did I marry? So at this point in time, I have filed for divorce. I paid for the filing fee. I'm representing myself pro se, and it should be an uncontested divorce. During this time, Legion had driven to Philly, lied to his family, and said I had cheated on him, that he caught me, and that the guy I cheated on him with was a law enforcement officer who used his gun to threaten him to get out the house. None of that was true. At some point while he was in Philly, he ran out of options in terms of where he could stay. Family members did not want him to stay with them. Apparently, a lot of bridges were burned, according to the female cousin I had talked to on the phone. So he left Philly and went to Augusta. Yes, what you were hearing is correct. He drove from Georgia to Philly, stayed in Philly for about 3-4 days, left Philly, drove back to Georgia, went to Augusta. Keep in mind, if you have lost your notes at this point,
No, I got
he
mine.
was raised in Philly and did high school in Augusta before he went to California. So he has family in Augusta. So at this point, he's on his way to Augusta to stay with a new set of people. The reason why this is important is because what I have is a divorce settlement agreement. That divorce settlement agreement has to be signed by the two of us, where we are basically telling the court, look, this is what he's keeping, this is what I'm keeping. I need his signature. Let me repeat that. I need his signature because I wanted a very quick and painless divorce, as much as it could be. So by this time, this is now around June 25th. So around June 25th, he's now in Augusta. He had left the house June 17th. So between June 17th and June 24th is the trip to Philly, then leaving Philly, coming to Augusta. My aunt and my little cousin get in the car with me, and I drive to Augusta with a rag on my head, some sweatpants, and a tank top because it's July, so it's hot. But we ride to Augusta. I had spoken to him. I had said, I just need you to sign this piece of paper. And he was like, I'll get to it when I get to it. No. We're going to get to it as quickly as possible. So if that means I got to drive to Augusta tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock, I'm going to do that because I need that signature. I ain't telling this. This was my attitude. Sure enough, went ahead, drove down there. I met him at the UPS store in Augusta. It's in the same Kroger shopping center. They had a notary there because I needed the papers to be notarized. So he pulls up. It's only been a week since I last saw him. It has been months since my aunt saw him. Okay? She had no idea of the condition that he was in. Again, I'm telling y'all, when I met him, when he met my family, he was like a size 3X. In just a short span of time for a week, he easily could have been in an extra large.
Damn.
Maybe even a large.
Damn.
But was wearing 3X clothes. So he has told me this whole time, he didn't know I had spoken to his family. Okay? Probably need to put that in there. He did not know I had spoken to his cousin. So he was telling me that he had a place to stay. He was staying with some family members, and everything was cool. He told me he was going back to Augusta because he had a job. That's what he told me. The family member, the cousin, told me, oh no, it's not that he had a job. We kicked his ass out because he's still lying. And we don't want anything to do with him. So when I saw him get out the car, I immediately knew, you probably have not washed in 3 days. I'm not overreacting.
Oh.
His nails had not been cut, so his nails were a bit long. He smelled
like piss.
Like the Chattahoochee dump on a hot summer Georgia day. He stunk so bad.
Funky bitch.
And for a moment, I did not recognize the man that I was legally married to. I did not recognize him.
Fuck all that.
What's the word? Emaciated?
I don't give a fuck. Hey, don't feel no remorse for that bitch boy. Hey, man, I don't give a fuck if you gotta sign this shit with your dookie finger, nigga. Put this signature on this paperwork and take your bum ass on. You better not buckle, bitch. You better not buckle. You better stay strong. You see that man, you like, damn, look how he looking. That should give you more fucking more fucking motivation to fucking get the fuck, look at this motherfucker. You've been gone for a week and you stink, you musty, your clothes dirty, bitch. Pulled up with shit under your nails, nigga.
I may be mispronouncing it, but the way someone looks when they've lost so much weight and it's almost like your skin and bones. He looked homeless. He smelled homeless. And my heart just kind of broke. It kind of did. I'll be honest, it kind of broke. It did not break enough for me to not get that signature though. Yes, store. You clearly could see that some of the people were like, let me get away from him. Me, I just was like, okay, so I just need you to sign right here, and I just need you to sign right there. Okay, and then a woman named Lauren came over and notarized the papers, and then we were done because he signed the divorce agreement. He didn't even read it. Reason why I'm pointing that out is because he didn't read the part where what's left in the house now belongs to me. Where he took technically what he was going to take. Everything else in that home belongs to me. Remember, I told y'all he had left all his Invicta watches. He had left all his WWE championship belts, his Jordans, a lot of his clothes, his Cole Haans. He had left all that stuff. He never even read the divorce agreement. So he signed it.
That motherfucker illiterate. That motherfucker didn't. He didn't want to be exposed as stupid. That nigga stupid. Oh my god! And stop bringing up the damn WWE belts like that shit. That shit getting cheese, man. That ain't worth. I mean, you probably was it authenticated? Wait, what the fuck? You making it seem like he got some shit from World Wrestling Federation itself, nigga. Like, stop bringing that shit up, bro. Them Jordans probably fake. Fuck.
I signed it. Lauren notarized it. We leave the store, and I said, "Have you eaten?" And he was like, "Yeah, I ate. It's just, my knee." So again, he's talking about the knee, but if you saw him, you would know there's way more to it than the knee.
Mm-hmm.
So I said to him, "Look, since you met me here, let me give you some money so you can get you some chicken nuggets."
Shit. She said, since you pulled up, bro, let me get you something to eat, bro, for your troubles, nigga. Let me get you some nuggies for your troubles, nigga. Oh my god. Let me put this in the notes. Come on, it's my knee. No, bro, you have an STD, sir.
Yeah, that's what I said. You can get you some chicken nuggets. So I believe I gave him like $5 or $6. Go get you some chicken. I think I Zelled it to him, actually. Just go get you some food. Then because where he parked was not far. It was like, okay, I'm parked here. He's parked in front of me in the other row. So there's that aisle that you can drive down. So I walked him to the car. And I saw the condition of the inside of the car. And that's when I knew he's been living in his car. He's been living in his car. So clearly, I no longer had a question of, so where's this offshore account? Where's the U.S. bank savings account? Where's the checking account? Didn't have that question anymore. Because if you had money, you wouldn't be living in your car. You would not be in the same clothes that you were in when you left my house on June 17th. And this is now June 25th. So
that's why I said he had all these Invicta watches and bliggity blockers. That shit fake.
He was like, I'm gonna be all right. I'm about to start a new job. I'm gonna be cool. I got a family member I can stay with. Everything's gonna be okay. All right.
Cool. Hey, thank you for lying, my nigga. Thank you for continuing to lie. So now I can go out about my day and not give a fuck. Thank you. This nigga gonna lie regardless. This nigga gonna keep on lying, nigga. Oh my God.
I said, I will let you know when the divorce is granted. I said, I will send you a copy of the divorce decree. And he was like, okay. He said, well, how long you think that's going to take? I said, I'm not sure. I thought I had to wait 30 days before I could file the divorce agreement settlement form. And then the judge would grant it in 30 days. So basically, this is like June 25th. I'm looking at the end of August that it would take for the divorce to be granted, assuming there were no hiccups, assuming he didn't decide he was going to pull a fast one. So I told him, I was like, I'm going to file this, and then once we get the divorce decree, I'll send you a copy. He said, okay. He got in his car. I got in my car. I drove all the way back home, and he went to wherever he went. Next part is the next series of lies that I was faced with.
Shit. God damn. Y'all divorced and you still got 12 more parts of this shit? What the fuck? Okay, hold on. Outfit, hair done, tight shit. Okay, I see you. Where you going?
Of who the fuck did I marry? I'm going to call this housekeeping and missing pieces. So, housekeeping. First and foremost, as much as I know you all have enjoyed this series, and some of you have told me how entertaining you have found it, the story will be done this weekend. So, in other words, I don't care how many parts I gotta film, it will be done this weekend. We're not gonna drag it into the new week. So I just want to let everyone know that. So please be sure to tell your sisters, your mamas, your aunties, your cousins, your best friends, hey y'all, go ahead and watch all the parts, because she's saying she's wrapping it up this weekend.
Type shit.
But I'll leave the playlist up, so don't worry. Also, let's see. I'm sorry for the people who were like, I keep talking really slow. I didn't know that I was, and they're like, you're just long-winded. I'm very detailed. So that's probably what you're feeling, is that I'm detailed and I'm trying to get everything out, again, in a responsible
manner.
No.
I appreciate the details and shit, because, see, I've been taking notes. You know what I'm saying? So for me, I appreciate the details, because then when new things come into the story, you know what I'm saying, new characters, new ideas, different settings, you know what I'm saying, Douglas, Augusta, Huntsville, some other fucking city. I be keeping up with this shit. You know what I'm saying? So I know, like, okay, she said from here to here, this is from this distance type shit, or she said from this date to this date type shit. And then I'm paying attention because I already know. Because I knew when you said June 17th, you kicked him out on his motherfucking birthday. Because I remember the last birthday, y'all was out eating ribs and shit, and you had to go take that pill. You know what I'm saying? I remember that when you said that the messages with Peaches went back to the February, he had started some shit with you a few days after your birthday about a fake ass Dodge Charger that wasn't even existing. Yeah, because he just came home from getting some head from a prostitute, and he felt bad about this shit, man. Come on. And I knew that when he went all out on Valentine's Day, that was some fucking bullshit, because he was out cheating 2-3 months before. Like I said, anybody that goes crazy, does a big hoopla for Valentine's Day, is a fuck nigga. He doing something. He done did some shit. It might have not been recent. It might have been a few days ago, but he for sure onto some shit.
So, you all have asked me if I will do a live. Yes, I will. I don't have any issue doing a live. I feel like if you're going to put the story out there, you know you're going to get questions. So if you stand on business and you stand on what you said, do the live. So yes, I will do a live, and I will let you all know when I'm gonna do a live, so it won't just be some random shit. I will actually do a live and let everyone know, so that way if you have questions, bring them. The issue with doing a live is that I need moderators. So because I just anticipate a lot of people have questions and I'm just one person, and I don't want to be accused of she's ignoring my question, which means there's holes in her story. Y'all, we all know how TikTok is. So but I will absolutely do a live. That's the housekeeping. Missing pieces. So when I said before that it's important to me that I'm responsible in how I tell this story, meaning I'm clear and I go in detail, I realized that I left out some missing parts, and it was brought to my attention by a number of you. Thank you, because I'm all for accountability. I did not go into how my ex-husband Legion left the condiment company and then went to Apple. I also did not go into detail on when my mom came to visit.
Yeah.
Both of those were in the month of April. I was going to go into detail a little bit more on the Apple situation because, as you probably have figured out, of course something came out later on. But nevertheless, in terms of April of 2021, my mom came for a visit. She lived in Arkansas. She came to visit us. She came to visit us after we had that whole sexting on Facebook incident, and just after we had started marital counseling. There were no fireworks during her visit. Nothing was weird. I did talk about how my family has always been there, and if you spoke with my mom, she would tell you.
And I appreciate that, because, like, not saying that, like, I enjoy my buffer here or there, but as y'all could tell, like, when she do those, all right, let's catch up, let's clear things. I don't give a fuck about the clarity. You feel me? Diamonds are just marketing. Get back to the meat and potatoes. The fuck is you talking about? Even this shit, I wrote down some shit just to make sure I keep up with what's going on, but
she didn't see anything out of the ordinary. But there was something in her spirit that just didn't sit right. She didn't talk to me about it at the time. She did not raise her concerns. She simply, when she came to visit, we welcomed her with open arms. Legion was excited to meet her. She was excited to meet him. We took my mom out to eat. It was a typical, very quiet, non-active visit. I didn't know what my mother thought until later on. So she didn't share with me during the visit, something don't seem right. She and I sat in the guest room talking. I never told her anything that was going on. Number one, because again, it goes back to that mindset of what happens in my marriage needs to stay in my marriage. And I talk about how I didn't think looking back, it was not a good idea that I told my aunt what had happened. My aunt is not the type that's going to tell my mother. That, in other words, if you confide in her, she keeps it between you and her. So my mom never knew that there were any issues. And so there was nothing for her to be on mama bear mode. Had she known, this would have been a very different trip, but she didn't know. So she did come to visit. Everything went fine. He and I put on a united front. Oh, we're so happy. We're so, in love.
That shit tiring like a motherfucker.
And yes, behind the scenes was a whole different story. He talked to her about how he was looking to buy a house, and how he told her how work was going, how his job, how his job was going.
Because he's supposed to be a VP.
Bragging, as usual.
Yeah, like he's supposed to be about to be a VP. Wasn't he a regional? About to be a VP. When they moved behind the NCR motherfucker building and shit. This motherfucker, man, this shit don't quit.
Which I did tell my mom, look, he's going to talk about himself and money a lot. So just change the subject. If he brings up a house, change the subject. That was my instructions to her, because I was like, I don't even want to get into the whole house situation. So other than that, uneventful. Now, once my mom left, this is still in April, everything was fine with him at the condiment company. As far as I knew, everything was fine. What ended up happening is he randomly came home one day and starts complaining about changes that are going on at the company. When he started complaining about those changes, it was things like, keep in mind, he is not VP of the company. He was VP of, I keep getting it wrong, but I think it was VP of production is what the memo says. So he was not the second in command for the company. He was upset that he was being blamed for production stats. That the production
VP of production. You know what I think? You know what I really think, nigga? I think you work in a factory. I think you production. That's like saying you a sanitate. Like, how motherfuckers say instead of they a garbage truck person, they a sanitation engineer. And I think that's what this is. I don't think you the VP of production. I think you're an assistant manager, bitch. I think you're an assistant manager and you tried to fucking sanitation engineer your fucking wife, nigga. I think you tried to make it sound like you had a more important job than you did by changing the vocabulary that was used. That's it, the jargon. Sanitation engineer sound a lot better than garbage truck man, not don't it? Or motherfucking janitor. That shit sound a lot better, don't it? Then so I think VP of production, nigga, are you an assistant manager? Like, I think you're an assistant manager. And I think you work hourly. I think you're an hourly worker. And I think you are an assistant manager. I think you pay by the hour. And I think you paid a lot of money. Not a lot of money, but a higher wage at the hour. Maybe $20, $25. Maybe 25. Maybe 25. Maybe.
Production was down. He was upset that his plant manager apparently had resigned. He was upset that some of the policy changes that were coming into play that would affect his plant. These are the things that he was coming home and complaining about. Literally, he would complain. He started complaining Monday. By Friday, he said, you know what, if they continue doing this, then I just need to find another job. He was like, I think I'm going to call my homeboy that I work with at Apple and I'm going to see, what they have available. Yes, there were red flags going up. Of course there were. At this point, we're not even dealing with United Nations of red flags. We are dealing with the Olympics. We are dealing with the parade of all nations. Everybody got a red flag. So when he said that, I was kind of like, okay, because I had become numb to all the antics that he did. I was numb to it. So he literally said, I think I'm gonna call my homeboy and I'm gonna see what's at Apple. My response to him was, well, what about your salary? Would you take a pay cut? And he was like, no, I'm not gonna take a pay cut. Like, I wouldn't leave unless it's gonna be the same amount or more money. y'all, the next week, last week of April, I'm at work, minding my own business. He calls me and tells me I've decided to resign. You what? I've decided to resign. Don't worry. Don't get all crazy. I had talked to my homeboy. There is a position at Apple, and I'm on my way there now to go and meet him so that I can get some information on the position. We're married, y'all. We're married. So what I said to him was, well, will you get all this in writing? His words to me were, of course I'm going to get it in writing. I'm not stupid. You know what? I don't even want to talk to you no more. Click. That's the end of April. So that is how I was introduced to this Apple job. Again, if you stick with this series, you will find out exactly what happened. But that's how I was introduced to the Apple job. It literally was in a span of within 2 weeks. And he resigned from the condiment company and immediately said, I'm going to move over to Apple. Just wanted to clarify that.
Shit, at the condiment company, he swear he was a VP, but he always went to work in a motherfucking t-shirt. So I'm always walking on the floor. I can't be going up in there looking all nice and spiffy and shit. Because you're a fucking shift lead, bitch. Could you quit fucking lying? What the fuck are you talking about?
Part 39, who the fuck did I marry? Everything you're going to hear probably in this part and the next part, all of this happens in the month of July 2021. Divorce has been filed. It was filed the end of June. I got his signature on the divorce settlement agreement. I thought that I had to wait 30 days before I could actually file that with the court. And so this is kind of in the limbo period because I'm still within those 30 days. So he left a book bag at the house. Book bag that had all kind of paperwork in there. Inside the book bag, this is the paperwork that I found. Number one, I found a packet from the condiment company where it showed his 401k contributions. It also stated in there that he had been terminated. So he was terminated from the condiment company according to the paperwork in the packet that I saw in the book bag that he left at my house.
So he did work there.
Also in the book bag were paycheck stubs from a previous job where he worked at a cemetery. The same cemetery that he took me to show me where his grandmother and grandfather were buried. So let's go ahead. I'll do this video and say this is what he told me. This is what I confirmed. He told me his grandmother and grandfather were buried there. He showed me a headstone with a family name on it. If you go back in previous parts, I talk about it. The truth is they are not buried there. He is of no relation to the people who are buried at that particular gravesite. Only reason why he knew about it is because he had worked there. Damn. Also in the book bag, it was a copy of a driver's license that he had. The address on the driver's license, now this I still don't have an answer to, but the address on the driver's license was the same address as the cemetery.
Oh my God. Was he living at the cemetery? What the fuck? Now the question is, I'm assuming he got fired from the condiment company in April, or probably before then, but he was still acting like he was going there.
Because I looked it up on Google. Also in the book bag was paperwork from another construction company job, meaning it was paycheck stubs from another construction company here in Atlanta that he had worked for. It did not have dates on it, so I don't know when he worked for the construction company. Also in the book bag paperwork was unemployment paperwork. So it looked like he had been receiving unemployment just before I met him. I met him in March. It looked like he had been receiving unemployment January and February.
I fucking told y'all. I fucking told y'all. I fucking knew it, nigga. Nigga, I told you, nigga. I fucking knew it, nigga. Oh, I could when you talking about he was living in a studio apartment and he saw that you was living in a three. I've seen this. I've seen not even this archetype of nigga because he's a habitual liar. He's a fucking pathological liar. But a fucking vagabond, a bum ass nigga. Oh, they come. Ooh. It's like if Christianity is the umbrella and there's all these other things under it, bum ass nigga is the umbrella. And then there's a bunch of different types of bum ass niggas. You have a pathological lying ass bumming ass nigga. That's what you got. But a bum ass nigga is a bum ass nigga. And I knew that nigga was a fucking bum. You know how I knew that nigga was a bum? And he was ready to mooch off of you because he was ready to come live and stay in your apartment. 2 months. Not even, was it 2 months? I think it was 2 months after knowing you. That, my friend, is a fucking bum.
So once again, let's confirm. He did not work for the condiment company for 6 to 7 years. Also in there were scraps of paper from a temp agency where it was information on the job that he had been placed at. Where was that job? The condiment company. He would be a forklift / loader is what it said. So I interpret that to mean he can drive a forklift, but he would have been loading up the 18-wheelers for them to go out to their deliveries.
Yeah.
Also in this book bag was paperwork from Clayton County courts, I believe, for a weekend. What is it called? A weekender jail. It was like a weekender jail receipt. So I had to do some research. So apparently what that means is that there is an option where if you have a job, let's say you were sentenced to 60 days in jail, but you have a full-time job. Apparently the court can say, okay, you'll go to jail on the weekends. So in other words, you have to report to the jail on Friday at 5:00. And you'll be there Friday, Saturday, Sunday. You will get out Sunday at 6:00. Apparently, that's actually a real thing. So what was in the book bag were multiple yellow receipts for different weekends that he had to report and get out of jail. Last but not least,
let me write this shit down, gang. You mean to tell me you telling all these motherfucking lies and you're walking around, not even walking around. Let me not exaggerate this because I want to make sure I get this fucking straight, nigga. You mean to tell me you're telling all these fucking lies and you literally have a book bag with receipts, nigga? You're a fucking idiot. You're a fucking idiot. And you know what's crazy? That so many women get bewildered by bum ass niggas like this on a day-to-day basis. And y'all, I didn't know the nigga was lying. He wasn't shit. My intuition. Like, no. Fuck all that. I understand why women say they won't go 50-50. I get it. You find a good man and he has his own shit, he's doing his own stuff, and you got your shit and you doing your own stuff, and y'all come together and y'all go 50-50. Cool, I get that. But not a lot of y'all be finding these niggas that ain't shit. And you stay with these niggas because you don't want to spend quarantine by yourself. And that's an analogy for life. That's an analogy for life. It ain't had shit to do with quarantine. It don't got shit to do with quarantine. You get a bum ass nigga, you ignore all the red flags. You ignore all that shit. Because you don't want to spend life by yourself. And now look at you on part 30 fucking 9.
There were some additional pictures, and then there were some, and when I say pictures, I'm talking about family photos. And then there was another additional copy of his driver's license with the Douglasville address. I looked up that address. The name associated with that address was the same name as the ex-girlfriend that he had in between the ex-wife and me. If you go back to the video where I talk about the conversation I had with the ex-wife, she tells me that the address was going to come back to the ex-girlfriend. I'm simply saying that is correct. So what she told me is true.
So he had to be lying about that arena football shit. He probably played flag football outside with his homeboys on the weekend or some shit.
So because of everything that I found, I decided to go down a new rabbit hole. Again, just recapping what I said in previous videos. Ex-husband was always a stickler about law enforcement. His dad was a retired police officer. I'm just telling y'all the story. His dad was a retired police officer. Mom was a retired teacher. After his dad retired, they moved to Augusta, started a church. He took me to that church in Augusta. The same day that he took me to meet his aunt who lived in Augusta. So these are now things that he actually took me to, just like he took me to the cemetery. So that's what I found in the book bag. The Weekender jail receipts. I went ahead and went online to find out exactly why did he have to go to jail for the weekend.
Yeah, that shit weird.
And I'm going to end this part here. The next part has to do with his criminal history.
What's scary about this is that he kept trying to push this I'm gonna find a house bullshit. You broke. You don't have money. Whatever money you were showing her probably ain't your money. Or if it was your money, that's probably all of the money that you have. Or can earn. I don't fucking know. But
Part 40, who the fuck did I marry? So we are now at the point of July 2021. We're at the point where I've spoken to the female cousin, and she gave me the phone number for the older brother. For the purposes of this video, we're going to call him Chris. Chris was very nice. I called him. He was gracious. He was willing to answer whatever questions I had. And what he said to me was, he said, my brother has always been a liar. He's always been a liar. He said, but ask me what questions you have and I'll confirm what's real and what's not. First question I had was, when was the last time you spoke to him? Without missing a beat, Chris says, 2015, just after our mother's funeral.
damn.
I explained to him about the phone calls, the fact that Legion would be on the phone for 35 minutes, laughing, talking to Chris, relaying messages from Chris to me, and relaying messages from me to Chris. Without missing a beat, Chris says he was never talking to me. And he said, now I am going to say this. Maybe he was on the phone, but he was not on the phone with me. He said, because he knows that if I ever see him, I'm going to whoop his ass. And I'm laughing because obviously Legion loves to say I'm going to whoop somebody's ass. So for the people who are confused, like, wait, what does this mean about the phone calls? What this means is every single time that my ex-husband was on the phone, holding his phone like this, talking, laughing, cracking jokes. Hey, my wife said that, we can go later on this evening and all this other stuff. Every time they were doing things like that, every time he was having a phone call or conversation that he claims to be with Chris, no one is on the phone.
What the fuck is he getting up talking to Chris?
No one's on the phone.
What the fuck is this?
That is what that means. So I'm on the phone with Chris. My mind is spinning. It is blowing up like a volcano.
He might be insane. Y'all need to get that brother some help. Y'all, and this is the thing, and I'm gonna just segue for a very quick segue. African American households need to start evaluating their children mentally. You need to psychologically evaluate your goddamn children. Stop whooping their ass. Stop putting them in the corner. Stop trying to act like they a badass kid because they don't want to listen and sit down, or they always lying, or and whooping them ain't gonna change that. Get your children psychologically evaluated. Why the fuck is this nigga holding a phone to his ear talking to his brother who he's not spoken to since 2015? A few episodes ago, like 20 episodes ago, I was like, I know that people are talking code with their side pieces, but there's no fucking way. And it's been proven that this motherfucker is not only a liar, but he's fucking stupid. You're fucking stupid. You have a book bag with receipts to pretty much every lie you've ever told. That's fine. But you on the phone. Shantae, this other fucking sister, motherfucking the oldest brother, the younger brother. You on the phone with all these different brothers. You only got 2. Said you had 4. You got 2 sisters. Them bitches don't exist. So I'm like, I know people got secret languages and shit with their side pieces. So the side piece know to shut the fuck up or to get the fuck off the phone, or that the wife is in the room. But this nigga is stupid. So I almost believe he really is talking to nobody. But the question is, why the fuck are you talking to nobody at 6:00 in the morning? Get that nigga admitted right the fuck now. Get him put in there. Put him in there. Put him in that place with the rubber walls.
I mean, I'm going crazy. I'm going crazy because
me and you both.
What this means is that for the past 4 or 5 months, every morning that he is having a phone call with his brother Chris, I am now understanding in real time that phone call was completely fake. So Chris tells me maybe he was talking to somebody else, but it wasn't me. He said the only family member that Legion actually talks to is the twin. And that's only because, for some reason, I guess it's their twins, he helps him out when he needs it. Legion only calls the twin when he needs money. And the twin, according to Chris, now this is the part that might blow some minds. The twin brother, the one that is older by 20 minutes, is VP of his company, is married, drives a luxury car, and lives in like a 4 or 5 bedroom house in Nashville. So Chris is saying to me, he was like, it sounds like he took the identity of the twin and was trying to act like that's his life.
Criminally insane. This nigga is insane. And black folk, please take your kids to the doctor, bro. When you see your kid lying all the time, you see this motherfucker twitching or blurting shit out, or he disrupting their class, stop just beating the shit out of him. Stop trying to punish him. Let's have a real conversation. This motherfucker then mentally just displaced everything that exists in his real life and is pretending to have the life of his twin brother. Pretending to have phone calls with his older brother. Telling people that have been dead for 10 years or almost a decade just died 2 weeks ago. And crying over them. Now, granted, let's say that's a lie to cover up some cheating shit he been on. Right? You are still insane to lie about a child being dead so you can get a fucking blowjob from a prostitute named fucking Peaches. Nigga, what's wrong with you, nigga?
And it's not, he was like, that nigga ain't never had no money. Ain't never kept a job a long period of time. And he was like, and you're telling me that he claims he was VP of a company? And so he was like, did you ever see anything? Did you ever meet people like Chris? I respect the fact that he was asking me the same questions y'all are asking me. Did you ever meet any family members? And I told him, I said, I met your aunt. Well, what aunt is that? I told him her name. He said, that ain't our damn aunt. I don't know if y'all have ever dealt with people from Philly. So he was just loud. He was like, that ain't our aunt. He said, that is our mother's best friend. And I don't trust that hoe. I'm sorry. It's
just... Oh my God. Black people, man. Oh my Lord Jesus. That ain't our aunt. And I don't trust that hoe. We gotta. It's so funny because black people and black people understand this. We'll call a person family because of, like, I used to go to a lady house. I used to call her Madre, but that wasn't my goddamn mama, nor was it my goddamn grandmama. It was my mama's best friend's mama, nigga. So you know what I'm saying? I don't know what the fuck. When I got older, I understood that half the people that I thought that I was calling family wasn't even fucking related to me. This was just some black shit. So like imagine like growing up with somebody that's your mother's best friend, right? And she's helping to raise you. I have a nigga right now. His name is Uncle John. That nigga is not related to me at all. But that nigga will pull the fuck up. You know what I'm saying? So I understand that. But he's a liar. So he's going to allow these implications to exist without clarifying what the relationship really is, what's really going on. Oh, that's my sister. Really? Is that your sister? Or is that one of them exes that didn't work out and y'all still friends? Oh, that's my aunt. Is that really your aunt? Or is this just your mama's best friend? Oh, that's my brother. Is it really your brother? Or is this a nigga you met in the penitentiary when you was doing them fucking jail weekends, nigga? Is that really your brother? Or is that your jail brother, nigga? Like, he never is going to explain the extent of the actual relationship. He's going to just let you assume that whatever he say and you go with it, he gonna go with it.
It's the way he said it that it makes me laugh. Anyway, he's like, I don't trust her. I don't trust her at all. She is not our aunt. She was our mother's best friend when our mother was living in Augusta. She's not our aunt. So then I explained to him about the other brothers. The brothers, remember, there were 2 half brothers from his dad. One lived in Baltimore, one lived in Augusta. Chris is on the phone saying, I don't know who them niggas are. They ain't related to us. He said, our dad never had other kids. He was like, so you mean to tell me this nigga going around telling people that our dad had kids on our mom? And I said to him, well, the way he actually put it is that the 2 brothers came before y'all. He was like, hell no. No. So then I explained to him about the sisters. He was like, who the hell is Shantae? And I was like, Shantae, again, I'm just telling you what I was told. Shantae is a sister that lives in Douglasville, married with 2 kids. He was like, no, we don't have a sister. Told him about Kim. He was like, Kim's not our sister. She's a cousin. And he said to me, and I know she ain't talked to him in forever in 2 days. He said, so everyone, the only people who are his family members is Chris and the twin. He's like, we got some cousins up here. I told him about Junebug. I told him about the uncle. I told him about the grandmother. And he's just sitting back like, oh my God. He was like, I realized that every relationship my brother gets in, he gets worse. And it sounds like he is actually worse than what he was in the last relationship. And I thought he was talking about the ex-wife that I had spoken to. No, he had no idea there was another wife.
What the fuck?
Because again, he hasn't spoken to him since 2015.
Damn.
So he was like, the best thing I can say to you is this. He said, thank God you ain't have kids with him. He said, get your divorce and forget you ever met this man. And he was like, and I know how that sounds because he's my brother. He said, but if I didn't have to claim him, I wouldn't. And I said to him something that I should have probably said in this whole TikTok series. This is not someone that you forget. This is not a situation that, you know, man, I don't even remember him. No.
He said, forget you ever met this nigga. Nigga, what? Nigga, are you serious? You don't understand. You don't understand how deep this shit go, nigga. Forget this nigga? Are you fucking insane? This nigga is insane. Oh my God. I want to know who the fuck bank statements he was showing you. I want to know who the fuck checking account. He logged into a checking account and showed you that he had some money. Who the fuck checking account was that? And how did he get some money if this nigga can't never keep a job? And he was working at the forklift. He was paying. Hold on, what the fuck? Where does he? This nigga gotta be in them streets or something. Please tell me how he went to jail. Because what the fuck? He was a forklift driver, nigga, at the condiment company. And I promise y'all, when I said Apple, I remember it was hella episodes ago. But he said where he was working at Apple part-time while in the arena football. What the fuck, nigga? Like, and he swear he had a decent... No, the fuck you didn't. The only time you can get a part-time job at Apple is if you working in a goddamn storefront. And you work in IT. Nigga, you can't read. You can't fucking read, nigga. Stop fucking playing with me, dog. You didn't go to college. You can't fucking read. Women, please. I hope so many. I hope her story gets I hope this story. Oh, women, please take heed to this shit. Because y'all listening to this shit like, this is so No. There's so many things in this shit, in this fucking story, bro, that you need to fucking learn from. Y'all need to pay attention to. Get off them dating sites, bro. Just fuck them.
What shits. I don't remember is the version of myself before I met him. Because nothing so far has turned out to be true. The only thing that Chris was able to tell me is true is that, number one, yes, there is a brother in Philly, him. Yes, there is a brother in Nashville, the twin. Yes, both parents are deceased. That is what I was told from the beginning. Those pieces of information are true. The grandmother did die in 2008. He was like, no, she definitely didn't die in 2020. I told him how I found the obituary. And so he was like, and the uncle, he said, which uncle is he talking about? Because if you guys remember, back in one of the parts, I talk about where he said his uncle was giving him advice on why he should not open up his savings account to let me see it.
Because women act different. He said, keep the money. You got to keep something for yourself. Because when you try to open it up, people change. And she said, who the fuck is people, nigga? I'm your wife. Open that shit up before I smack the fuck out you. What are you talking about?
Not let me see it. And so I'm telling Chris about the uncle. And he was like, that uncle been dead for years. I told him about Junebug. He said, Junebug been dead for years. And I said, Chris, he was having conversations with Junebug. on the phone in front of me. He was like, it wasn't Junebug. He said, it sounds like my brother was making up the conversations. He said he definitely was making up the conversations with me. He said, hell no, I ain't gonna be on the phone at no 6 o'clock in the morning. So the conversation with Chris solidified that this is the actual family tree. And no, there were never any conversations with his brother every morning when I was getting ready to go to work. They had never talked. On to the next.
Yeah, that nigga's criminally insane. Yeah. This shit should be like one of them spooky Sunday freaky dooky motherfucking them people that do them like them horror stories and shit. This is a fucking horror story, my nigga. You was 2 nights away from being, man, from that nigga taking your identity, nigga. What is you talking about, nigga? Oh my goodness.
Part 41. Who the fuck did I marry?
We back on the street, baby. Yes, sir. She back in the whip. She back in the whip. Talk your shit, twin.
So this is a continuation of my conversation with Chris, which will then lead into some other stuff. So Chris has confirmed that he has not spoken to Legion since 2015. So now we know that the phone calls that Legion was having every morning on the phone with Chris when we were, getting ready to go to work, the phone calls were fake. I demonstrated in the last video how I think how he was doing those phone calls. Because he would relay messages from me to whoever was on the phone. So Chris and I also then talked about their parents. So if you remember in the beginning, I told you from the get-go, this man was, very respectful of law enforcement because his dad was a retired Philadelphia police officer. The mom was a retired teacher. And so he had the utmost respect for law enforcement. That's what he used to always say. Because, again, there's a lot that he lied about. So I'm trying to only highlight the big things because, truthfully, it got to a point where when he would say that as a VP in his company, he had a meeting with the local sheriff. Child, we know that's a lie. So I don't even need.
Like at a certain point, nigga, you gotta start doing some research, nigga. You gotta listen, bro. If we gonna do some acting, if we gonna do some improv, you gotta at least go look up the role, nigga. Damn, you just making up shit, like. And then on top of that, he tried to say like, no. I'm not the VP of the company. I'm the VP of a department in the company. Now, granted, is that possible? Probably. But nigga, you think you really about to tell me you the fucking VP of ketchup and mustard, bitch? If you don't get the fuck out of here and forklift that shit in the back of that fucking truck, what the fuck is you talking about?
Need to go into detail about that because, again, why? So I told Chris what Legion said about their dad being a retired police officer, and I was explaining how he said the mom was a retired teacher. So Chris listened. Again, very gracious, very nice guy. He listened and he was like, so are you ready for me to tell you what's true and what's not? And at this point, I was already convinced I was going to be drinking heavily that night after this phone call. So I was like, go ahead. All right. So here's what Legion said. Legion said, my dad was a retired police officer with Philadelphia PD. When he retired, he and my mom moved to Augusta. I was there for high school. And they started a church. He took me to that church in Augusta and showed me where the church that they started. The truth. Dad, according to Chris, their dad was nowhere near the church. That man ain't go to church on Easter. He ain't go to church on Christmas. He was like, my dad he ain't stepped foot in the church since the day he got married. That was the last time he went to church. He didn't have nothing to do with church. He said that their father was the furthest thing from a pastor. And he was like, I love my dad, but that man drank, smoked, And nah, he was not a pastor. The mom was not a retired teacher. She did substitute teach at one point, but she was not a retired teacher. The dad was a truck driver. And not only was the dad a truck driver, at one point, he was a correctional officer. And so I said to Chris, I was like, I said I had no idea, of course. I had no idea. So now we know the truth. The dad was never in law enforcement.
So remember what I said earlier about the motherfucking... This is some dollars versus bucks shit. This is some fucking janitor, garbage truck man to sanitation engineer shit. It's like he fucking... Like in his mind, he levels up. He conjures up this like fictitious ass fucking promotion that these niggas in real life never had. They never had. Correctional officer. Oh, that must mean police officer. He got a charger and he protects the people in Philadelphia. Like, nigga, are you insane? Substitute teacher. Your mama get paid $20 an hour to come substitute some badass kids, and all they really do is come in there, write their name on the board, hand out packets that the teacher left behind, and babysit for 6 hours. And you got that to... She a fucking retired teacher from Abbott Elementary. If you don't get the fuck out... I know some of y'all went and looked him up and found him. Leave that man alone. Get him some help. You know what's crazy? He might be in a relationship right now. And bitch, if you are in a relationship with this nigga right now, bitch. We are surviving Legion, bitch. If you in a relationship with this nigga right now, bitch, you better watch all 50 parts of this shit, bitch, and find that nigga's book bag.
And I'm not knocking correction officers. I want to make very clear, because I know that sometimes people that work in law enforcement feel like, look, when I'm out there patrolling, that is not the same as being a correction officer, and correction officers may feel the same. So I just want to give the distinction between the two. So the dad at one point was a correction officer. However, his primary career was a truck driver.
Damn.
And so the dad would do long hauls. So Chris is explaining, no, he was like, now that's funny. He said, if you knew our dad, you would understand how funny that is to even insinuate that he was a pastor. And so I told him about the church that we went to. He was like, oh, okay. So he took you to a church in Augusta and told you that was our parents' church. He was like, now our mom used to go to church, every now and then. But he said, our dad ain't been to church since the day he married mom. So the church that Legion took me to and said that his parents started that church, that was not true. So he just took me on a field trip for nothing, basically. So I told him about the weekend, because I did tell Chris where I worked. And that is when Chris said to me, because at the time I worked in a law enforcement agency, and he said to me, now how does that work? He said, because Legion, he done been in trouble a few times. And I was like, what do you mean? Because I had not yet gone online into the court system to see what type of trouble he's been in. And so he explained to me, he was like, just run his criminal history and you'll see it for yourself. He said, because I don't know all the charges, but run his criminal history. I said, okay. He gave me some homework. I'll run his criminal history. So again, he cleared up a lot of stuff in regards to the family dynamics. He did explain to me that yes, he does have a daughter. He and his ex-wife are divorced. Mm-hmm. And I said, well, Legion would talk about the niece, meaning Chris's daughter, and would send her stuff for her birthday. And he was like, he said, I'm almost positive my brother never sent anything for my daughter's birthday. And I explained to him, I said, isn't your daughter's name Egypt? He said, no. Who the hell is Egypt?
Oh my God.
And I said,
he's paying for the pussy, ma'am. He's paying for the coochie. He's paying for the coochie, ma'am. That's what. Oh my God. Who the fuck is Egypt? That's a stripper, baby. That's a prostitute, my baby. Coming to the stage for a birthday special. Egypt, bitch. What the fuck? Oh my God, are you stupid? Like,
I was told that was your daughter's name. That's the reason why I'm saying the name on here, because obviously we're about to confirm that's not the daughter. So I said, I was told that's your daughter's name. I said, I went with him to Rack Room Shoes and bought shoes for what I was told was your daughter. And she lived in St. Louis with your ex-wife. He said, no. He said, my daughter and my ex-wife do not live in St. Louis. He said, I don't know who Egypt is. He was like, are you sure it wasn't for a woman? And I said, well, it was kids' shoes. And he was like, no. He said, and I told him, I said, I went to the UPS store, I mailed it, and it, you know, they printed the label with the girl's name on it, and I'm thinking this whole time it's Legion's niece. Chris is like, I don't know who that is. That's not even the name of one of our cousins. So I have no idea, ladies and gentlemen, who my ex-husband was buying girl shoes for and had me sending them, telling me it's for his niece.
that nigga got a baby somewhere.
I have no idea.
That nigga got kids with steeds. And I'm just playing. That's fucked up. But yeah, that sound like that nigga is somebody's baby daddy. He sound like an ain't shit nigga. He sound like a deadbeat. He sound like a deadbeat for sure.
No idea. So Chris is like, yeah, he finally said to me the same thing the ex-wife said, which is pretty much whatever he told you is a lie. And I'm being honest with you guys. It is very hard to comprehend that everything is a lie. Like, there has to be something that's true. I'm like, how was he paying? If he wasn't working at the condiment company, or he got fired from the condiment company, how was he still paying the bills? Keep in mind, we never joined our accounts. He wanted to, but we never did, because he wouldn't show me the offshore, the savings account, which of course never existed. So I'm just trying to figure out, like, I know that I saw his checking account. I know that I saw his savings account, and he had money in there. Something had to be true. Something had to be true. And Chris was like, no. He said, it sounds like everything my brother said, everything that he told you was made up. He said, those phone calls were definitely made up. He said, I don't know who Egypt is. That's not any family member of ours. I don't know who Shantae is. We don't have a sister. He said, we don't have half brothers. He was like, I'm telling you who the family members are. He said, I am so sorry that my brother put you through this. So now let's go into the next part.
42 Doug. That nigga's sick. And let's just say he's not an insane fucking psychopath, and he needs psychological help, and you know, he needs to be admitted. Let's just give him some grace and say he's just a sleazy ass nigga, and he using you for money and fucking bitches on the side in the streets. And all of this is some intricate ass ploy, or not a fucking ploy, scheme, intricate ass scheme for him to fucking get some pussy, and he's paying for at least 50% of the pussy that he get. So, but I guess the bigger question now, we know everything the nigga said was a lie. He a fucking liar. He a vagabond. He a bum ass boy. He trifling. We get all that, and the nigga musty. Where did the money come from or whose account did he sign into where he showed you the checking account? How did he pull that off if this nigga can't keep a job and he ain't never had no money? Please enlighten us.
Part 42. Who the fuck did I marry? So I finished going through the book bag. Still July of 2021. I finished going through the book bag. There were some other folders with papers in there. He had left the work phone. What I actually found out was that it was not a work phone. It was simply a secondary personal phone. He told me it was a work phone. I thought that the company was paying for the work phone. That's what I thought. No, because I found receipts where basically, and I didn't know this, ladies and gentlemen, I had no idea, but I found receipts where it was a prepaid phone and he's paying to add minutes to it. So it's just receipts of, you added minutes to the phone on this date, you added minutes on that date. So the work phone whole thing, that was a bold-faced lie. Obviously.
Duh, because the nigga ain't a VP. The nigga don't, man.
It was a lie because, as we now know, he was a forklift loader. So the work phone that he's been walking around with was really just a secondary phone. He had left the phone. He took his personal phone, meaning the main phone, I should say. But the work phone, he left. So I'm going through the work phone, just trying to find some sort of answer. Now what is really burning in my mind is
where he get the money from.
How is it that he had all this money in the accounts, but again, the last time I saw him, he's living in his car.
We on the same fucking page. Get to it. Get the fuck to it. Because we on the same fucking page. Chop, chop. Get the evidence.
Like, the math is not mathing.
It's not. It surely isn't.
I go into not just the photos of the work phone. I go into the deleted folder. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you're going to go through somebody's phone, which I will never do again, but if you're going to go through the phone, don't just go through the text messages and the pictures. Go into the deleted folder. Because sometimes you find a gold mine. In this case, I went into the deleted folder of the pictures in the work phone. I keep saying work phones because, again, this is just a secondary phone. Mm-hmm. It is deactivated. There's no minutes on it. So I go into the deleted pictures. And what I see is what looks like a screenshot of his checking account, the one that I saw with the available balance. Then there's another photo of the screenshot of the savings that he showed me. Now, one of two things it could be. Either one, it's not real and it was pulled offline, or two, he took a screenshot of his own account and saved the photos. Mm-hmm. So this is when I got introduced to reverse Google image search. I did a reverse Google image search.
Stop fucking
Sure
playing.
Enough, as you probably have figured out, some of you, because I read it in the comments, what he showed me when he turned his phone around, showing me his available checking account balance,
was a fucking screenshot?
Was nothing more than a screenshot that he had found on Google.
You telling me you got bamboozled by a Getty image, bitch? Like, I gave the nigga way too much credit. I thought he was out there dealing. I thought he was on that block. That's why when she leaned in that motherfucker face and she said, "I'ma beat your ass like the bitch you are," you ain't gonna beat nobody motherfucking ass. Nah, bro, you a bitch, bro. You a bitch, bro. I thought you was on that block. And I know that's stupid, because it's like, why would a person who's selling drugs put their money in a bank account? I don't fucking know. Maybe he know how to rinse it, watch it, and repeat, nigga. Just look at fucking Power. Look at fucking, what's that fucking show? There's a whole bunch of different shows with drugs and shit. Big Meech and all them. They got money. They got bank accounts. They don't just walk. They got cash, yeah, but they got bank accounts. You know how to, niggas know how to rinse the money and wash it. Like Jay-Z said, buy the block. He said, get the money off the block, buy the block. That's how you rinse the money. Anyways, I thought the nigga was on the block. He not on the block. He just taking screenshots off the fucking internet. How was he? I guess he had a job, but damn it. Because I'm like, he came into the crib and he was paying all your bills? And I knew something was up with that stupid shit, because she got a car. He was doing all this to, like, I want you to get a BMW. I want you to get the nicest nice, just to bring it down. Because he knew that I got to bring it up, let it fall out, make it seem like, oh, it's always something going on with the something. And then let's just get this. But he put the money down on the car, but you still had to pay the note on the car, but he's going to help you pay the note. This nigga broke. I couldn't put my finger on it. But I knew that nigga was broke. Because when I Googled arena football, nigga, oh, that nigga lying. That nigga a bum. I was like, you say that from the arena football money, nigga. Really, nigga? You a millionaire, nigga? You got 700,000 cash, nigga?
When he showed me his savings, turned the phone around, because remember, I demonstrated for y'all how he was, and then, turned it around and showed it to me as if he was signing in. When he did that, he was simply showing me a screenshot that he had taken from Google Images. Because when I did a reverse Google image search with those two photos, the checking and the savings, it came right up. It was nothing more than just Google Images. In my phone, I didn't even need this, because again, I already knew that he was not a VP regional manager, but still, for shits and giggles, I did a reverse image search of the charcoal BMW. Remember, I told y'all he had sent me pictures of the company car. Nothing more than a screenshot he had taken off of Google Images.
Oh my God.
The house that he showed me that he had in San Diego,
Google Images. I said this shit episodes ago, gang. How the fuck are you getting catfish with a nigga laying in your bed? That is fucking insane. That is insane, nigga. You're getting catfished by a motherfucker who's next to you? I appreciate you being this transparent. I was gonna say humble, but this transparent and vulnerable with us to communicate your story. So many women and men, shit, but so many women really need to hear your fucking story, cause don't let a nigga you got a nigga got you looking like Boo Boo the Fool off of Google Images. You didn't marry the nigga. Y'all not understanding how cold this is. This nigga is cold. You married this nigga off of Google Images. What the fuck?
So, what we can now confirm is anything he showed me when he's turning his phone around is nothing more than an image from Google Images at this point. The checking account, the savings account, Google Images. The house, Google Images. The company car, that charcoal gray BMW 5 Series, Google Images. So at this point, I realize, okay, nothing is real. And I wasn't so much in a rage, to be honest with you. I wasn't in a rage then and there, as much as it was, I really truly had a moment where I said to myself, oh my God, what the fuck have I let in my life? Like, this is not even human at this point. That's really how I felt. Like, again, as someone who, I studied psychology, but I didn't graduate with a psychology degree. However, I have never dealt with a pathological liar. I have studied about them, but I have never come into contact with a pathological liar. Because to a compulsive liar, if you ask them, man, why did you lie to me? They probably are going to have a reason. Pathological liars don't have a reason. Like, there's no limit to the lie. So I have now confirmed that at least 70% of everything that I thought I knew is now absolutely not true. Absolutely not true. So in between all of this, I get a phone call from the aunt in Augusta. The aunt in Augusta, who Chris has confirmed is the mother's best friend. She is not their mother's sister or dad's sister. She's the best friend of the deceased mom. She calls me, and this is the one I have met. This is the one that Chris was like, I don't trust that hoe, anyway. So she called because she wanted to know what happened. She wasn't trying to be nosy or messy or anything like that. She's just trying to find out what happened because apparently Legion is trying to come stay with her. So
damn, that nigga.
She asked me, sweet lady, but she said, what happened with you guys? And I told her we're getting a divorce. I said because he lied to me a lot. He lied to me a lot.
Every
and
day.
So what breaks my heart about the conversation with her is that she said, so whatever happened to the baby? Mind you, we went to Augusta, told her I was pregnant. I thought he told her that I had a miscarriage. He didn't. He never told this woman I had a miscarriage. So she informs me. This is what she tells me. So now we're confirming something else.
Oh my goodness.
She tells me that on at least 5 times while I'm at work, Legion was driving to Augusta and telling her that he was going to visit the church of where the parents allegedly the church that the parents started. And I was like, what do you mean he went to Augusta? She said, I've seen him like 4 or 5 times. He's come down here, and each time I've asked him to bring the baby. And I said, what baby? And she said, the baby that y'all had. He told me that y'all had a baby boy. And I said, no, ma'am. I said I had a miscarriage in June of 2020.
Oh my God.
And she said, oh my God. Oh, she was doing that whole thing. She said this whole time he told me that y'all had a son in January. And I have been asking him for pictures. I have been asking him to bring both of you down here so I could meet him. And he always had an excuse as to why he wouldn't bring the baby. And the last time he was in Augusta, he said that he was leaving you and he was taking the baby with him and that you were at work.
What the fuck? God damn. Is there a pill motherfucker can take for some shit like this? Cause I don't know, man. They got this nigga just outside working at the yard and shit. Like, is there anything he could do to get some help for this shit, bro? I'm like, I ain't gonna lie. I'm starting to feel bad for the nigga. Like, nah, fuck. When it comes to the relationship, fuck him. Get up out of there. Fuck him. Divorce him. He could be stank musty. Get his broke ass out your face. But as a person, as a human being, bro, you gotta feel bad for a nigga that just can't help themselves, bro. Like, what the What the fuck is wrong with you, dog? Like, you finna take the baby that ain't born, that don't exist? Yeah, bro tripping. Bro tripping for real. Take your kids to get evaluated. I'm not bullshitting, bro. Just do it. I know you. I don't got the insurance. I got the money. I don't give a fuck. Do it. Take your children up to the hospital. Have them sit down. You stay nearby, because you can't trust everybody that you leave. You can't leave your kids with everybody. But stay nearby just in case some shit going on or some shit. Don't go get you no Starbucks, no shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Just sit on the outside of the door. You know what I'm saying? Something. Can't leave your kids with everybody. It's a movie with that one. But you have somebody see if they alright. I know you sick and tired. I am not making this up. I believe
that is what that woman told me. And I just was like, no, ma'am. None of that is true. There is no baby. I said I had no idea he was going to Augusta. No.
God damn. Ooh, my goodness.
Part 43, who the fuck did I marry? So after the conversation with the aunt, again, she's telling me that Legion has been keeping up this lie that we had a son. I let her know, no ma'am, there was no baby. We did not have a baby. And I said, I thought that he told you. And she said, he's told a few people that you all had a baby. And she said, because I know some people were trying to send a gift to celebrate the birth. I didn't know anything about that. Didn't know anything about that. So she said, he's trying to come stay with me. She said, but I don't think I want him to, again, she's an older lady. She's like, I don't think I want him to come here because I don't really want to get involved with his divorce again.
Again?
And I said, what do you mean again? I said, are you talking about the previous wife? And I said the previous ex-wife's name. She said, I don't know who that is. I'm talking about LaTanya, that one, the first one. And I said, well, what happened? Do y'all remember I said in my previous video that I read their divorce records. He had filed for divorce and they had a temporary protection order against each other.
Yeah.
I said that. So now the aunt is on the phone saying that she had to go to court and testify on Legion's behalf in regards to the temporary protective order. And I was like, well, what happened? She said they got into a fight with each other.
Oh my goodness.
And she slapped him. And I said, well, do you know why they got into a fight? And she said, yeah, apparently he had lied to the wife and it was something major and they got into a physical fight. And she said that woman almost beat his behind. And so he asked the court for a temporary protective order. So now I'm just getting the backstory on how that TPO was even came into play. So I told her, I said, you know, Miss Christy, we'll call her. I said, you don't have to worry about that. I said, we're not, he's already signed the paperwork. We're not fighting. I don't have it in me. I don't. So I said, I'm not going to tell you not to have certain people in your home. But I am going to tell you that I'm just barely kind of discovering exactly what the lies are in regards to Legion. So if you feel comfortable having him in your home, then do it.
These lies
I said, but I am going forward with this divorce, and once the divorce is final, I will have nothing to do with him. And I said, and I'm so sorry, you know, that he lied to you.
Man, got you thinking a baby walking around. And kind of pulled
at your heartstrings in regards to a baby.
Which is fucked up.
I said, there is no baby. So she said, so y'all are really getting a divorce? I said, and I didn't want to cuss to the older ladies, but I said, yes, ma'am, we are.
She said, hell yeah.
And so.
You goddamn right.
We get off the phone. Also during this time, Legion would call me every now and then. Legion had no idea. I've spoken to his ex-wife. I've spoken to his brother. I've spoken to his female cousin. He had no idea. I have now, if we want to go through real quick and
don't miss your turn, girl.
We can confirm. we can confirm that there is no sister. God damn. We already knew there was no baby. Mm-hmm. There was no VP job. Again, he was a temp, and apparently he was making decent money. So what I believe, and this is just what I think off of putting pieces together, I think that he made enough money to pay the household bills, because it wasn't as if the household bills were so expensive. He made enough money to live on his own. But instead of him living on his own, he's living with me. Mm-hmm. So we can also confirm that when he told me that he was paying his car off and he called the dealership and paid his car off, we can confirm that that's a lie. That story will come up later on. So pretty much at this point, the only thing I know to be true: his name, his date of birth, the secondary social security number that was on my background check, and that he has 2 brothers, and the parents are deceased.
Damn, we playing Guess Who in this bitch. At
this point in time of July 2021, that's all that I was able to confirm that to be true. Mm-hmm. So later on, Legion calls me. He calls me because he wants some money.
Oh my God.
He just needs a little bit of money to hold him over till payday.
Oh man.
And so we're on the phone. The call, again, I was recording all my calls at the time. We're on the phone, and I finally kind of confronted him, number one, about having a twin. That's when he tells me, you know, I don't know why I lied, but I don't really talk about him. Number two, I asked him why did he get fired from the condiment company.
Yeah. His
story is that he got fired because he had helped a truck driver and he was not supposed to. I know it's a lie. Y'all don't even have to tell me. I know it's a lie. Number three, I asked him, why did you tell your aunt that we had a baby? He claims he never told her that, and that she's old and she didn't know what she was talking about.
Oh my God.
So then I asked him if he was ever in trouble where he's been arrested. And he said, yeah, I've been arrested as a juvenile, but my father had my record expunged. I said, were you ever arrested as an adult? He said, nah, I ain't never been arrested as an adult. I said, so you never went to weekend jail?
Like, bro, this shit, you know what's funny about this interrogation she having with this nigga? I've had, and that's not too many times. I was a pretty good kid, but like, my mom's, I remember when I was growing up, like, she would ask me questions like these. And I don't know about everybody else, because y'all don't be paying attention sometimes, but I'm a pretty smart cookie, dog. After a while, you start noticing when you're getting asked a question like this, and you go, oh, fuck. Right? So, like, most of the time, you'll get a question like, how was school today? Right? That's a cool question. That's a temperature check question. There's nothing wrong with that question. They are just asking, see how you doing. How was school today? Cool. It was cool. It was straight. I usually go with it was straight. What happened at school today? Ooh, nigga, that's one of these. That's one of these where it's like, oh shit. This is one of those questions where they already know the answer. They just want to see if you're gonna lie about it. Why? Why do this to me as a child? Now, this is a grown-ass man. You already know what happened at school today. Oh, my God. You already know. Oh, you just want to see if I'm going to tell you. So then, as I get older, as I grow up, I notice this. I know when the difference between I'm just asking to ask, but I'm asking because I already know the answer and I'm going to see if you're going to lie about it. What did you eat today? Did you eat today? You gotta listen to that shit. One of those questions is just asking if you ate. The other question is trying to see if you ate they shit. But they not gonna say, did you eat my shit? Because that might be seeing like, oh, that might come off as accusing you of doing something, right? And some people, when they feel accused, they may lie in defense. Like she said, if you compulsive, like you just lied because you was under pressure, right? But if I ask you in a different way that seems more open, you might tell me the truth and I'll get the answer that I'm looking for. But he a grown ass man. She already know the answer. And you just lying. You just fucking lying. And it's like, why do you think I'm asking you these? So she changed the question to, you never did weekend jail, nigga?
He said, no, I don't even know what that is. So he doesn't know what weekend jail is. That's his story. And so he was still standing by the lies he told me. So finally, I just asked him, and this is where let me just say it. I asked him, why the hell did you even marry me? Like, why? Why did you even marry me? Because you easily could have just stayed dating or been the boyfriend or just moved on with your life. Like, you didn't have to marry me. You didn't have to pull me into a marriage and make me think that this is what you wanted. This is what he said to me on that phone call. He said, I had to marry you. And I was like, no, you didn't. He said, yes, I did. He said, I knew full well from day one that there was no way you were going to stay my girlfriend for longer than a year. He said, I knew it. He said, I knew in order to keep you, I was going to have to marry you. Y'all, my jaw hit the ground. I could not believe he said that. And he said it so matter of fact. And I was like, that is the most fucked up thing you could ever say.
Oh my goodness. Ah, fuck. This motherfucker is playing. Now for a pathological liar and an ain't shit ass bum boy. Bumbucket. That's a move. That's a chess move. That's a chess move right there. Like she said in the beginning of the story, on part like 2 or 3, when the nigga, she was like, we were trying to figure out where we were going to quarantine. He was living in a studio apartment, no one bed, a studio apartment. I was living in a 3-bedroom, which I assumed to be house. She was renting a 3-bedroom house. He was living in a studio apartment. And she wasn't even making no real bread for real. She wasn't even making no real bread because she had to get a better job so that she could work on the car note and all the other shit. But she was renting a house. He was living in a studio apartment. She had 3 bedrooms. Townhome, I think. I think it was a townhouse. But anyways, she had a 3-bedroom. He had a studio apartment. He came to the 3-bedroom. Damn, she living nice. In his mind, it clicked. I'm a ain't shit nigga. You're a decent enough lady. I even argue, I don't even know this lady. I'll say she's a good woman. This is a good woman, right? She probably she cooking. She got somewhere warm for you to stay. She care about your health. She probably put lotion on your hands and your feet. You know what I'm saying? He said, I'm not shit. In order for me to keep you, I had to marry you. You would have saw that I didn't have much to offer and you would have left me. You wouldn't have stayed my girlfriend longer than a year. Plus, y'all got to remember, in their first couple conversations, she says that she wants marriage. He agrees. So he knows that, one, she's on a time clock. I don't know how old she is, but she look like she's pushing 40. I think he is 40. He was 40 something. So he understands that to keep this woman around in his life, he gonna have to marry her because y'all too old to play that boyfriend girlfriend game and you don't have nothing to offer. She was looking for houses and shit. She was looking for marriage, house, children. They literally started pushing this narrative so fast during COVID, might I add. Like, to be honest, girl, he was looking for a place to stay. That man is a bum. That is crazy for him to say that.
Part 43, who the fuck did I marry? So after the conversation with the aunt, again, she's telling me that Legion has been keeping up this lie that we had a son. I let her know, no ma'am, there was no baby. We did not have a baby. And I said, I thought that he told you. And she said, he's told a few people. Part 44, who the fuck did I marry? The videos that you saw earlier were filmed earlier today. And yes, I'm aware. It was brought to my attention. I had to make a decision whether or not to finish, keep my word, or stop, disappear. I mean, disappear. Okay. Let's finish. So, first of all, let me say this. It is not easy telling this story. It's entertaining. I know it's gone viral. But it is not easy telling this story. I made a decision to tell the story. I made a decision to share my story, what I went through, in hopes that it helps just one person. But I would be remiss if I didn't tell you all, it is not easy telling this story, to relive it, to face certain things out loud that I had to face internally. Just want to say that. So I will push forward to finish, but today got to me. The toll of this got to me today.
Damn.
So I know that you all are like, we're waiting on the next part. We're waiting on the next part. I appreciate that and I get it. Because if I was in those shoes, I would be waiting too and be like, where is it?
Nah,
so I understand
hell yeah. But I understand, girl. Shit, this is fucked
but the
up.
toll was real today.
Damn.
All right. So with that being said, we are still in July of 2021. I had talked to the brother, Chris. I had talked to the aunt. I talked to all these people, and now was the time where I had saw the receipts for the weekend jail type thing. So I went ahead and did a search for his criminal history. I ran his criminal history. I did that on my own at home with my money. So this was not, I think someone had asked if I did anything with my job. No, I did not. I know better. So I ran a criminal history, or I paid for a criminal background report. For him to say that he appreciates law enforcement so much, it was obviously a lie, because the criminal history showed that he had been arrested for criminal trespassing. He had been arrested for suspended license, suspended registration. But the big thing was impersonating an officer.
Oh my God.
If you don't know anything about impersonating an officer, it is a felony. Period, point blank. As sure as Peachtree runs from Bankhead to Buckhead, it is a felony. So seeing what court it was in, I did another open records request for the incident report. I wanted to know
what the fuck did he do?
What the circumstances were, especially given the fact that I worked in law enforcement at the time. What were the circumstances as to how he was arrested for impersonating an officer? So I did an open records request. I got the incident report, and I'm tired of saying my jaw hit the floor. But on this one, my jaw hit the fucking floor. I respect law enforcement. Again, I was working in an agency with a lot of great men and women. Basically, what the incident report, and I'm paraphrasing it because I don't have it sitting in front of me, Basically, what the incident report shows is that he pretended to be an officer using a badge. I later found out it was the badge that his dad had as a former correction officer. Same last name. So he was pretending to be a police officer at an apartment complex on the south side of Atlanta and proceeded to tell people that he was an investigator and he was looking for drugs. He also proceeded to try to pat down someone, and then also proceeded to try to go into a woman's apartment and do a search. This is in the incident report. So, naturally, the woman who he was trying to get into her apartment to do a search happened to either work with or worked at a local police department. So
Damn.
she just simply called her coworkers or called her homeboys or whatever. And so he was subsequently arrested and subsequently was charged and found guilty. That is what I found in his criminal record report. It is fair to note, had I known that he had a criminal history, we never would have even finished date number 1. Some things I'm just not going to get involved with if I know from the rip. So what does this mean? Again, we've been going over what's the lie, what can you confirm? I can confirm that there was no way that this man ever had a passport to take me to London. When he claimed that he was voting in the election, there's no way that he did, because he tried to tell me that he was still a registered voter in California and that he did it online. I knew it was a lie, but again, at this point in July, I'm able to confirm that, yeah, you never had a passport. You never voted. The small things that mean something to me, he never did it. He wasn't eligible to. So now I know that not only have you, yes, been arrested. Now, what happened as a juvenile, I don't care. But you have been arrested. You have done some sort of time. And now it explains why you knew your way around the county so well. If you go back to the previous videos, I had mentioned that I was wondering, how do you know your way around here? And the story was his sister used to live in this county, and he would come visit when he would fly in from California, when he would go see his parents in Augusta. That was the story. So that explains the criminal history.
God damn.
And I'm also going to take you guys back and remind you when I had to go in for my polygraph and how the polygrapher had asked me, do you know anyone that is a convicted felon that you have relationships with, blah, blah, blah. And remember, I said to him, my husband and I are estranged. I honestly don't know. Fast forward to July, where I find out that, yes, in fact, on top of everything, I was married to a convicted felon. Had no idea. No idea whatsoever. And it's nothing but the grace of God that I was honest with the polygrapher and telling him, look, I don't know what's in this man's background. To say that I have no idea who I married is an understatement. It is a complete understatement. It's fair to say, well, you only knew him for like 2.5 weeks before you quarantined with him. That's fair. And I can understand that, and I take responsibility for that. But in the big scheme of things, I had no idea the creature that I was sleeping next to every night. No idea.
Like, don't get me wrong. Men pay for pussy, but women, yeah, men, y'all. I've seen plenty of women in my life, my personal life, friends, family, fucking coworkers. Y'all will take a bum in your house and raise his kids. for companionship? Because that's what all of this shit she went through was because she didn't want to spend quarantine alone. Oh, fuck. Companionship? A part of me is waiting on her to say, gotcha, nigga. This was all just a story. I made it all up. It's not real. He's not a real person. Like, a part of me is hoping that this is a story, man. Damn, that's fucked up. Damn.
All right, part 45, who the fuck did I marry? So we are now end of July, August time frame. During this time, Legion basically disappeared. Remember, I'm still waiting on the final divorce decree to come up. I'm actually waiting for the 30 days to be up so I can file the divorce settlement form. So I'm waiting on those 30 days to be up. I'm playing nice with him. I'm being cordial. I have uncovered all kinds of stuff. But just in case he was going to act a fool, I was trying to be cordial. So I had spoken to him on like a Monday, and I was trying to get a hold of him for something. But I'm the one that initiated a phone call in the coming days. Never heard from him. Never heard from him at all. His phone was dead. It was going straight to voicemail. And I genuinely was worried. A few days turned into a week. By the time I hadn't heard from him in a week, because I knew he was not living anywhere but his car. I knew that. So this is what happened, y'all.
Goddamn. Hold on.
I first reached out on Facebook. Remember, even though he has told me that he had all these siblings. We know he didn't have all these siblings. But remember, I told y'all I had met the brother in Augusta. And I had met the brother in Baltimore. These are people I've met. The brother in Baltimore I talked to on FaceTime. The brother in Augusta I've actually physically met, hugged, shake hands, all that. So I reached out on Facebook to people that I remember him talking about all the time. The friend Omar, the brother in Augusta, the brother in Baltimore, another cousin in Augusta. I was doing a search for these people's names, just like, hey, have you heard from Legion? The brother in Augusta told me, no, I haven't heard from him. I've been trying to reach him, but the phone's going straight to voicemail. I knew he was living in his car. So my brain was doing everything it could not to go on the deep end. I reached out on Facebook to the brother in Baltimore. And I said, hey, gave him my name. And I said, have you heard from Legion? Now, mind you, the brother in Baltimore and him have talked on speakerphone. I guess it's important that I make that distinction. They have talked on speakerphone. So I know that they have talked at least in 2020. So I said to him, again, according to Legion, they talk all the time. But I have heard them on the phone in 2020. So I said, have you talked to him? The brother from Baltimore informs me, no, I ain't talked to him. He owes me money.
Damn.
So I ain't got nothing to say to him. And I said, wait a second, like, he was telling me that y'all are brothers. He was like, man, he's like a brother. But I don't fuck with it. I don't fuck with him because he owes me money. So they had not spoken. This is now July 2021. They had not spoken in well over 6 months.
Damn.
So all the phone calls, this is what it means, guys. All the phone calls that he had with the brother in Baltimore in 2021 were not real. Then I reached out to the Omar guy, and I remember the story was that he and him known each other's years since California, worked together at the condiment company. I reached out to Omar and said, have you heard from Legion by any chance? Explained who I was. He responds with, and I'll never forget it, He responds with, no, I have not heard from him. I have absolutely no contact with him whatsoever. We are not friends, and I would appreciate if you do not reach out to me again about him. The stories I was told was that this dude is supposedly his best friend. Shocking moment. So they had not spoken in years.
Oh my goodness.
They're not cool. He does not fool with him.
Oh my goodness. Okay. So this can't be an intricate ploy for some coochie. So every person that you ever heard him talking to on the phone, he was trying to get some coochie. Nah, bro, that nigga's insane. That shit. Putting the phone up to, yeah, brother. Yeah, this her right here. What's up, baby? Yeah, this Joe. Yeah, Joe. You know, that's my lady. That's my lady. What? Yeah, baby. Joe said hi, baby. Hey, Joe. Yeah, Joe. Yeah, you heard her? Yeah, she said hi. She had. But no one's on the fucking phone? Yeah. Lock that nigga up.
Went on to the next person, a female cousin I had met. She said, no, I have not heard from him. Why would I hear from him? We don't really talk. Like, I think she was genuinely weirded out by the fact that I'm reaching out to her out of the blue asking, hey, by any chance, have you talked to my soon-to-be ex-husband? So what I discovered because he ended up being gone for 2 weeks. What I discovered in those 2 weeks, let me be very clear with the statement I'm getting ready to make. I reached out to every person I know who apparently has had some form of relationship with him. Either he said that they were friends, they talked on the phone, he said they hung out. The brother in Baltimore, I was told,
they not his friends. He just borrowed money from these niggas. I promise you, he just be like, hey, look, what's going on, man? Let me get a couple of dollars, nigga. Let me get a drink, nigga. They not friends. If you read the Richest Man in Babylon, my creditors are my friends. That's what that is. And I'm not giving him that much fucking credit. I know he ain't read that goddamn book. All I'm saying is my creditors are my friends. He's gonna look at people that he can get a couple of dollars off of as his friends. That's why that one nigga was like, bro, fuck that nigga. He owe me money.
Had been to the house while I was at work. Brother in Baltimore said, no, that never happened. I've never been to your house. All these people knew that Legion was a liar. And I think that they all felt bad, with the exception of the Omar guy, felt bad that I was kind of just discovering what they've known for years. In those 2 weeks, I found out every single person I reached out to, not a single one of them gave a shit if that man was dead or alive. All of them had the attitude, some even said it, no, I haven't heard from him. I don't care to hear from him. It was as if, for me, it was such a sad moment because I discovered this man has no friends. Fuck whatever he has said. I am now able to prove it. He has no friends. There is nobody who is concerned that they have not heard or seen him in over 2 weeks. Some people months. One guy years. None of them were concerned.
They said, fuck that nigga.
So basically what I'm saying is that I discovered he had burned bridges with everyone. Burned bridges with family, burned bridges with so-called friends, burned bridges with fake brothers, fake sisters, fake aunties, uncles, everything. He had burned bridges with everyone.
God damn.
And for me, that was more telling than anything else. Yes, I knew he was a liar. Yes, I knew he had made stuff up. I was genuinely surprised to discover nobody gave a shit about this man. No one.
Fuck him.
I had never met every single family member, but the fact that he was living in his car, the fact that he wasn't bathing and was just had disappeared was shocking to me. So, where was he for those 2 weeks? Glad you asked. He had checked himself into a behavioral hospital in Augusta. Why? Not to get help. No. This is July in Georgia. It's hot as hell. It's sweaty. It's damp. It's humid. It's everything. He checked himself into a hospital so he could stop sleeping in his car for 2 weeks. When he checked himself in, they took his phone, and that's why no one was able to get a hold of him. And by no one, I mean me. He checked himself into a hospital so that he could have a bed for a couple of weeks. That's the type of human being
that you married. Yeah. It's fucked up. That nigga needed a turkey sandwich and a pillow, bitch. Fuck is you talking about? My nigga said I need somewhere to sleep and something to eat. Fuck you talking about? Shit. And it's crazy is at first I was for like a millisecond, I was like, he checked himself in. God damn, maybe he finally done turned a new leaf and he's seeing that, man, I'm fucked up. Let me go get some fucking help. Nah, that nigga was living in that car. It got hot in that bitch. You can't sleep in that motherfucker. How many times are you gonna walk around the grocery store in the cold section before you go back to your car with no AC in that motherfucker? And you like, no AC, because the AC drains the gas. You gotta keep the car running with the AC on. If you put the car on with no engine, you burn the battery. He can't afford to replace the battery. So you gotta keep the car running. But by putting on the AC, you're burning the gas. So you're burning the gas from having the car running, and you're burning more gas by turning on the AC. So he can't even afford to turn on the AC in the car. So he's walking around in the grocery stores trying to get some motherfucking AC and shit. But he a bum and he stank. So they probably throwing his stinking booty ass out. So now he gotta go to the fucking hospital to get admitted so he can sleep somewhere. Oh my God, this is crazy.
Part 46. Who the fuck did I marry? So after the whole missing in action debacle where he disappeared for a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Legion started calling and texting me, telling me that he was ready to come home.
Man,
yes,
fuck
that correct.
Yeah, fuck that dude.
So apparently someone had told him that legally he did not have to leave the house when I kicked him out because it was a marital home and he had just as much right to be there as I did. So he started harassing and calling the shit out of me. He was calling, 30 times in 1 hour. He was Facebook Messenger calling me.
Cause unemployed niggas don't got shit to do. What the fuck you talking? Of course he was blowing your fucking line up, nigga. On the McDonald's Wi-Fi, nigga. On the McDonald's Wi-Fi, nigga.
Be clear. Facebook Messenger calling me. He was calling me so much. He was messaging me saying, I'm coming home. I'm going to get some money and drive up from Augusta. You have to let me in the house. It's not fair what you're doing. All this other bullshit. It was non-stop. He would start calling at 7 o'clock in the morning. He would not stop calling until 10 o'clock at night. He was calling so much, leaving messages, like I said, just straight up harassing me. So I reached out to attorney friends. I reached out to local law enforcement. Local law enforcement informed me, well, technically he's right because he is still legally your husband. Our divorce had not been finalized at this point. The paperwork had been sent in. I was just waiting on the judge to give me her signature, but it hadn't happened yet. So the local law enforcement did tell me if he comes back, our officers would have to let him in the house. You don't have to stay there. They gave me different options. I was trying everything in the book because he is saying I'm coming back to the house. I told him, do not come. You were not welcome. I'm not letting you in the house. Again, the locks had been changed, the code had been changed. So I told him, if you come to this house, step foot on this property, I'm calling the police and getting you arrested for trespassing. You should know about that. He was adamant. He was adamant.
That man, he's so fucking dirty. He just wanted somewhere to lay his broke ass, bum ass, stinking booty ass head, bro. Oh my god. Somebody told me because we was married and we still married technically. Bro, I don't even give a fuck. I would have lied. I'm like, hey, look. The decree and this, and this. Cause he lying. Fuck, lie back. What the fuck? He lying, you lie too. Shit. The shit is signed, bitch. Oh shit. He tired of walking around at the motherfucking freezer section, bro. He tired of that shit. He tired of sleeping in the back seat, nigga. Or the front seat. Shit, that nigga back hurt. He said, I need me a warm pillow. Fuck. And he gonna eat up your food.
That he was allowed back in the home. He didn't know the conversations I had with local law enforcement. But somebody was in his ear telling him, nah, you can go home because she's not allowed to kick you out. Okay. So I didn't know when he was scheduled to come because he was trying to get the money for the gas to get back to Clayton County.
I fucking told y'all. Y'all thought I was bullshitting. I know what I know. I know certain shit, bro. I ain't, you know what I'm saying? This nigga, like I said, he couldn't put the, bro, he walking around the freezer section at the Target, nigga, because he can't turn the AC on in the car because it's going to burn the fucking gas. This nigga need a cool $40 to get back to the house. And who going to give it to him? How he going to get it? He out there begging. Looking bummy and begging. He like this. He out there begging and shit. Now, I don't wish that on my worst enemy, bro. But this nigga particularly, I feel bad. I low-key feel bad for bro. I don't know, man. I don't know if there's a pill you can take, a shot you can hit, a counseling session he could have went to as a child, any of that shit. Because for him to grow up and to be like this, and then what's crazy is he's 40. He fucking 40. God damn, man.
I tried everything I could. Basically, what my options were simple. Let him in the home, and I can stay in the home, put him in a room, just have no dealings with him. But again, I don't want to be under the same roof with him. This is what the local police told me. I could have an officer go room to room and let his body cam film the room to see the condition of the house. And if Legion showed up, I would leave the house. I can go to a family member's home and stay there. This is literally in August, right before my lease is up. So I was already moving. I had already secured another home. Did exactly what I said I was going to do. Moving to Cobb County. So I just needed a couple of weeks before I vacate the home. So the other option was, again, have the officer film the home with the body camera. That way it shows what the condition of the home is at the time that he moved in. So if anything gets messed up, I can sue him. What am I going to sue him for? But nevertheless, or the third option is I can stay there with him, make life miserable. So my plan was the option of have them film the home. I was not staying in the same house with him. I didn't care. Also, there was no guarantee, and I told the officer this, look, if y'all allow him to stay in this house, I am telling you by tomorrow morning, every utility in this house will be off. He will have no running water. He will have no air condition. This place will feel like a sauna. Officer kind of chuckled and was like, again, ma'am, I mean, this is one of those domestic situations. He is allowed in the home. Okay. So again, I had no idea when he was coming. I was on pins and needles. every day. I'm seeing the phone ring, like I said, about 30 times every hour. I'm seeing the messages. I'm seeing this. I had reached out to a police captain. I had reached out to the chief of police. I was trying to get all kinds of help. Like, it ain't what you know, it's who you know.
Mm-hmm.
So he eventually tells me I'm going to be there on Wednesday. This is just an example. I'm going to be there on Wednesday. I had been calling a police captain who was really gracious, really kind, and was trying to help me because I was like, bro, I just need 2 weeks and I'm out of this house. And we already knew he legally could not go to the new house. I was trying to see if I could move in early to the new place. The landlord was like, I really can't let you. So I felt like I was running out of options. He's saying he's coming. He's saying he's coming. He's adamant he's coming. I guess somebody felt sorry and gave him some gas money so he could drive from Augusta up to Clayton County.
Mm-hmm.
So the day before all this goes down, the police captain called me. And he informs me that they ran his name through GCIC, which is a database that law enforcement agencies use.
Let me guess, he got tickets.
Turns out he has a warrant for his arrest.
Oh my
So
God.
the police captain says this changes everything. If he shows up to the house, don't do anything, call us. I will have officers to your home and they will simply arrest him. So, I know that this is a short part, but I'm going to dedicate the next part to what happened when he showed up to my house.
Oh my God. Oh shit. I said tickets, but a warrant. A warrant. Cause bro was like, he got a warrant for his arrest. You didn't show up to that weekend jail, buddy. You missed that weekend jail, buddy. Girl. Oh shit. You married a pathological lying ass felon? And you married this nigga in like... She met this man in March. She met this motherfucker in March, bro. This is y'all not understanding. She met this nigga in March 2020. They got married in January. Girl.
Part 47, who the fuck did I marry? So, here's what happened. This was mid-August. Went to work as usual. It actually happened on a Friday. I had to look at the dates. It happened on a Friday. Went to work. Still, he was calling me, texting me, messaging me that he was on his way. And so I was a bit on pins and needles all day. I was dreading going home, and that is a horrible feeling, to dread to go home. So he had called me and said that he was at the house in the driveway. I guess he had to use the restroom, so he decided to go to the Walmart up the street to go use the bathroom. I wasn't answering phone calls.
Says the nigga who piss in bottles.
Messages. I simply called the police captain. I said, hey, he's saying that he's at the house. The police captain himself drove by the house, but I believe he drove by the house when Legion went to Walmart to use the bathroom. So the police captain was like, I don't see anyone there, but again, when you get home, if he is there, do not engage, call us. Okay, no problem, because I got you on speed dial. So I go home. I'm on the phone with both my mother and my aunt on a 3-way call. they're both like, oh my God, you know, what do we need to do? I drive into my subdivision. What he did not know was that he had backed into the driveway up against the garage. Normally, I park my car in the garage. But what he didn't know was that at the time I was driving a fleet car. So I wasn't even in my normal car. And I know that he was waiting to see my car, the Nissan Altima that he helped get, pull in to the subdivision and then pull in towards my townhome. That didn't happen. Because I'm in a different car, he didn't recognize it. So when I turned onto my street, as sure as it is hot in Georgia in the summer, that man was sitting in the driveway in his Ford Taurus. Okay? So I live at the time not far from a cul-de-sac. So when you go straight down, you just turn around the cul-de-sac to come back up. So that's exactly what I did. I went to the corner, turned off so that I can see the house, but he would not have been able to see me.
Mm-hmm.
I went ahead and called 911. I was very calm, told them exactly what the captain had told me to say. I was like, my name is, the address is, I need police here because my ex-husband is here. He is not supposed to be here. And I feel as though I am in danger. She said, okay. She, again,
Yeah, pull up.
Call. She said, we're dispatching police to your home.
Get him over there. Get that bum out of there.
I then call the police captain. He immediately answers the phone. He says, we just got the call. I'm sending 4 officers your way. Okay, good. Get off the phone. Call my mom and my aunt back because they were both like, call us back.
On God. On God, you should.
3-way. I continue to sit there until I see 4 officers, 4 cars pull in and stop just in front of my house.
Mm-hmm.
So then I ease up. He gets out the car, I guess, trying to see what's going on. I explain to the officer that walks to my window. I say, this is what's going on. So I was trying to sound extra law enforcement smart. I was like, check him through GCIC. You're going to find that he has a warrant out for his arrest for violation of probation. And the officer kind of smirked because she was like, we know. We already checked GCIC. The captain called us. So I was like, okay. So anyway, they tell me to sit in the car. They go up to the window of the car and ask him to step out of the car. He does. When he stepped out the car, I was like, oh my God. I hadn't seen him since the end of June when I met him at the UPS store. And he looked bad then. He was still in the same clothes.
Damn.
When I told you guys when I met him, he was like a size 3X. What got out of the car was easily a medium or large.
Damn.
Easily.
Damn.
That is how, and it makes sense because, he probably wasn't eating, except for somebody gave him $6 for chicken nuggets. But what got out of the car was something I didn't even recognize.
God damn, looking like daddy long legs.
He gets out of the car. They arrest him. There was no incident or anything like that. He was arrested peacefully. They put him in the back seat. My neighbors are all looking like, what is going on? And so the officer comes up to me and she said, he's asking to speak to you. Do you want to speak to him?
Nah, all he gonna do is lie.
I said, yeah.
Oh, fuck.
So she walks with me. Keep in mind, she's wearing a body cam. So she walks with me to the window. They put the window down. And I remember looking at him. I was like, I told you not to come. And he said, I just wanted to get my stuff. I just wanted to get the TV. I said, what TV? The TV that you gave me in the divorce? And he was like, yeah, that TV. And I said, it's mine. You gave it to me. I have the fucking text messages proving that you gave me the TV. And I'm trying not to scream because the neighbors are all watching. And he was like, I know. I just needed my stuff. I'm sorry. I'll never
Damn, bro, trying to pawn that shit. He might be a fiend the way he talking.
bother you again. I'm sorry. And so I look at the officer and I was like, you have me out here with 4 fucking police cars. You have embarrassed me to no end. You have made a fool of me. And you got the audacity to now be like, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I'm like, fuck, you're sorry. So the officer was kind of like, okay. I said,
Hey, bro, I don't know where the officer at, but you gonna have to drop that body cam footage, cuz. On God, you gotta drop that bitch. Fuck your sorry. We gonna have to see that shit live.
I never want to see you again. He was like, you won't. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. So I walk off. The officer is like, going through the stuff that was in his wallet. They took it out and put it on the roof of the car. So I'm sorry, the stuff that was in his pants, like his wallet, his keys, they put it on the roof of the car when they had him get out the car. And so she's just like, I said, did you catch all that on body cam? And she said, yeah. I said, he gave me the TV. And she said, yeah. She's like, we're going to take him in and we'll have somebody look at him, because in her words, she said he's definitely having a mental episode right now in the back seat. And I just shrugged and I was just like, my God, I just said, I just want to be done with him. I just want to be done. I just want to be done. And so she was like, I understand. I totally get it. So his car is in my driveway. The keys and everything are, they took it with them because I guess since it was on him, they took it with them for processing at the jail. I think that's how that works. Because I didn't see the
somebody told that shit.
Afterwards. So at this point, 4 officers leave. I go into the house. Everything's peaceful and calm. A few minutes later, I go outside to check the mail. What's in the mail but a letter from the court? I open it up. I go into the house because, again, it's hot. I had my wig on. My head is all sweaty and stuff. I'm just angry and just angry. That raised my blood pressure. So I go in the house. I sit on the steps inside the house and I open up the mail from the judge. And it's my final divorce decree. And I'm smiling right now. But y'all, when I got that divorce decree sitting on the stairs, I broke down into ugly Oprah tears. I broke down. It was as if
that's a relief right there.
A year worth of weight came off of me.
Mm-hmm.
I broke down, and I mean, I wailed. I broke down. I broke down so bad. Next part.
Hell yeah. Yeah. That's what the fuck I'm talking about. Fuck that dude, man. That not ironic. I won't say ironic. Is it ironic? No. Coincidental. Like, she's talking about bro having an episode, and that's what I'm saying, bro. Like, when people get your kids psychologically evaluated, and as an adult, if you feel like something, I know people don't want to, no, because the pills make me feel real sleepy and shit. Then you gotta get on. There are certain mental diseases where you can get on disability for, bro. It's nobody. You didn't ask to be here. You didn't, and your mom shouldn't have been smoking cigarettes or drinking liquor or get her belly slapped on. I don't know what, anything could happen. Somebody could have dropped you as a baby, whatever, man. Whatever, or whatever is going on in the 2 different lineages of y'all families, but y'all don't know that it's somebody on this family side got this and they family side got that, and you here now, and now you have psychological fucking disabilities or diseases. or whatever is going on with you, and you an adult, and you got to the all the way to your 40s, and everybody fuck that dude, he on bullshit, he this, he that, he that. He honestly, like, what's the word I'm looking for? They failed him as a child, and now he a part of the system. Police officers look at bro in the back. Yeah, he's having an episode. Yeah, something wrong with him for sure. Not saying that regular people or whatever don't have episodes like that when they're getting arrested, but like she could see, yeah, something wrong with buddy. Parenting is not easy.
All right, part 48. Who the fuck did I marry? So after I finished breaking down, wipe my tears, and his car is still in the driveway. I couldn't park in the driveway.
Man, call that tow company.
I called the car company. I had called the car company once before when he went missing for those 2 weeks to ask them if they maybe had a tracker on the car and could track it. And the nice gentleman informed me that the tracker had not been giving a signal off for about 5 months. So he wouldn't really give me details on the car, but obviously the car had not, the car payment was not being made on that car. It had not been made on that car for quite some time. So he and I split in June, but apparently the car payment wasn't made long before June. Can't speak to that, but he still had the car. So, called the car company. I told them, I understand that y'all looking for this Ford Taurus. And the lady said, yes, or you can make a payment. I said, no, y'all can come get it. Here's the address.
On God.
When do y'all want to get it? And she said, well, I can have a driver come get it tomorrow morning. I said, no problem. That car will be ready for you to get it tomorrow morning. And so the car was repossessed out of my driveway the next morning, Saturday. The driver was there about 7 o'clock in the morning. He had the master key for the car, cranked it up, drove it, put it on the tow truck, and left. Here's what that now means. When Legion left my house in June, he left with 2 bags of clothes. Everything else was in my house. At the end of July, or towards the end of July, everything that he had left in my house had been donated to the domestic violence shelter, which means that the only thing that Legion had were the clothes that he had taken with him in the car. When he got arrested in my driveway, all of his clothes were still in the car. And when the car got repossessed Saturday morning, all of the clothes were in there. Which means that when he went to jail, whenever he got out, he only got out with keys to a car he no longer had, a wallet with probably no money in it, and the clothes that were on his back.
Damn.
Everything else was gone.
Damn.
Now we can fast forward to what happened around August 29th. So I was scheduled to move August 31st. Remember, I'm moving up to Cobb County. We had been checking the court documents. He had a court date scheduled for around August 29th or August 30th. I don't remember the exact date. The court time was supposed to be around 9 o'clock in the morning. My mom was watching the court filings online. And according to her, because I missed it, they showed him on the screen because this was still during Zoom. They showed him on the screen, and then he was ushered out of the court into like a back area, and an attorney spoke on his behalf. Between the time that he had been arrested and the time of the court date, I had never in my life slept so good.
Damn.
Truthfully, never slept so good.
Man, no, that nigga off the streets.
I was divorced. I had no ties to him. There was nothing in the house of his there was nothing of his that was still in the house. I felt free. So, when the court date happened and my mom told me what she saw on the Zoom, I was confused. Is he getting out? Is he having to serve time? What's going on? I called the courts. I tried to speak to his attorney, and his attorney had a horrible attitude and was like, why are you calling me? And I informed him. I said, look, I'm a bit afraid of this man. So can you please just tell me if he is being released, or is he going to be kept, or if he is going to be sentenced to a longer jail term? He said no, he's not being kept in a longer jail term because the warrant had expired.
Damn.
So when the police arrested him, yes, it was a valid arrest, but the warrant had expired. So I believe the warrant had expired like 6 months earlier, but of course it wasn't put in the system. Which means that if the court date is August 29th, he's going to be released August 29th or August 30th. I'm moving August 31st.
Damn.
So my mom was just like, please just spend the night at your aunt's house. Like, just spend the night at your aunt's house, then go back to the house during the day. The movers will be there, and then just move. So that's exactly what I did, because there was concern that he would get out of jail angry and catch an Uber with no money and come back to the house, either for retaliation or because he's just in a fucking manic mode. And so that's where he went. I really didn't want to take any chances. It's just that simple. I did not want to take any chances. I knew that at that point, legally, the law's on my side. Y'all are divorced. You have no reason to be at this home.
Oh yeah, good shit.
That's what the police was.
Oh yeah. She got that paperwork. Oh yeah, she got that paperwork. Nah, yo, that's clutch. That's clutch. I was like, first I was like, damn, he getting out. Shit, shit. And then you talking about all his shit gone. I guess he won't have those WWE belts, huh?
Would say, but I wasn't 100% sure, because truthfully speaking, I did not know this man. We can make all the jokes we want. I did not know this man. I thought I knew him, but you never really know a pathological liar. So, needless to say, he got released August 30th. I went to my aunt's house for the night. August 31st, I went back to the house. The movers were there. They packed me up, and we got out of there so quick. I think they packed me up in about 2 hours.
Damn.
I honestly told them there is extra money in this if you guys can get me packed up, meaning loaded up onto the truck, because everything was packed. But I explained to them, this is a domestic situation. I need you guys to move quickly. When I moved out of that house on August 31st, anything that Legion touched, I got rid of. I sold the furniture. I sold dining room tables. I donated plates, glasses. When I tell you, I moved out and I started over. I completely purged my life. Completely started over.
Damn.
I mean, I was not willing to take a single item into my new home that reminded me of him. From the dishes in the kitchen to the towels in the linen closet.
Oh, God.
When I tell you Amazon and Ross were my best friends, I mean they were my best friends, because I could not fathom moving into a new home, a new space, with anything that reminded me of him. I sold the bed, got a new bed.
On God. That's all you got to do.
He bought me clothes, I got rid of them.
Man, fuck that. Get rid of every outfit you put on with that nigga there. Throw all that shit away, bro. All that shit away, bro. Honestly, the movers was just there to throw that shit in the garbage, to be honest. Empty out the crib. Oh, fuck that shit.
If he bought me shoes and purses, okay, I kind of kept the heels, but everything else I got rid of. So I completely purged my life. Completely. Started over from the bottom in terms of just the move. I could not take any piece of him with me. Could not.
Yeah, fuck that dude. And I feel that too. I understand that, like I understand that, you feel me? Cause like Everybody got to sleep on the floor, bro. Everybody got to sleep on the floor, bro. Like, a lot of people think they won't or they don't. Like, I'd never sleep on the floor. That'd never be me. Like, approach life with some humility, bro. You know what I'm saying? Everybody that slept on the floor once before. Everybody that ate lunch on the floor. You know what I'm saying? Type shit.
Part 49, who the fuck did I marry? So after the whole, I moved and I started over, basically. Completely started over. So there was a period of time where different people had reached out to me, people who knew him. Apparently, he was still trying to find a couch to sleep on.
Damn.
And so one guy in particular had reached out to me because I guess Legion had asked him if he could come and stay with him and his family, because he was homeless and had nowhere to go. And so he had lied and told the guy, because again, he's a liar. So he had lied and told the guy that, you know, I had kicked him out. We're divorced. I had taken all his money. And so that's why he's homeless. So the gentleman simply was reaching out to me on Facebook to confirm what is actually true. And he and I talked, because he ended up calling me. He and I talked for a while. Very respectful, really nice guy, very compassionate. And so I told him, I was like, I said, we're divorced. So I have nothing to do with him. I said, I wouldn't bring him in my house with my family if I were you. But that's just me. And so the guy was like, lady, you know, he didn't say lady, but he was like, lady, you dodged a bullet. He was like, I know you may not see it now, my sister, but you dodged a bullet. You dodged a bullet big time. And so, you know, just in talking to him, he was very encouraging. Like, it sounds like you got a good head on your shoulders. It sounds like you a good woman. And no, he was not flirting at all. He was like, it sounds like you a good woman. And I really
Cornbread,
hope
collard
this
greens.
does not mess you up. Like, don't let him mess you up. Don't let him, like, diminish your shine kind of thing. And I appreciate that. I did. Because at that time, again, had moved into my new place. 2021 was the worst year I ever had. I'm not saying that so that 2024 can be like, hold my beer. 2021 was a dark year. Started out married, end of the year divorce, end of the year with COVID and divorce. And that period of time, that August, September time, I felt like I was just walking around like a numb woman. I didn't know if I was coming or going. I didn't know what to do.
Damn.
Because I felt like I had just been through hell. And it was a period of time where I had to sit down and I had to really, really deal with some stuff that I just simply was not ready to deal with. Things that I had to come to grips with that I really wasn't ready to come to grips with. So, fast forward all this time, get to December of 2021. Yes, this is where the story does end. Get to December of 2021. I am out sick with COVID. I'm at work. I get a phone call from my coworker telling me that Legion has called our job looking for me and was trying to get information on how to reach me. Yes, I had already changed my number. Again, I had already moved. But
Because you said if a motherfucker sneezed at a 27-degree angle, your ass is switching that bitch.
Worked. So apparently he had called trying to find me. And the person that answered the phone was like,
hell no.
We're not going to give you that information. So he said, well, can you ask her to give me a call? I'm just trying to get a hold of her so I can get my stuff. The stuff he's talking about are those tote bags from July. So he was calling. And it was a problem. He was trying to reach out to me on Facebook. He was trying to reach out to family members on Facebook, trying to get me to call him so that he could make arrangements to come get his stuff. The devil is a lie. So my friend Tracy, who came to my rescue again, my friend Tracy was like, okay, here's what you're going to do.
Okay.
She said, you're going to send him a message and you are going to say these exact words. I sent him a text message. She said, and she told me, you're going to send a text message because it's going to be time stamped. And basically the text message says, I do not have your stuff. I did not have your stuff. I have nothing that belongs to you. If you continue to, you are disrupting the work of my job by calling and asking for me. We have no contact with each other. I will send you a copy of the divorce decree that shows whatever is in your possession you own and whatever is in my possession I own. If you contact me directly or indirectly ever again, I will get a restraining order on you. Now, for those of you who are watching this in 2024, and you're probably like, wow, she's dramatic. Please understand that what I just said, I meant. I mean that. If you ever try to contact me directly or indirectly, I will get a restraining order. I have it in writing. I've always had it in writing. And if I need to rewrite it again in 2024, I will, because the boundaries still stand.
She said, fuck this 50-part story, bitch. Hey, if you pull up, you know what's going down. Your ass going to jail. Don't fuck around. Fuck is you talking about? She looked in the camera and said, nigga, I don't give a fuck that this shit going viral, nigga. If your broke bum ass from the prison cell see this shit, nigga, if you try something, nigga, the police gonna be at your motherfucking toe step, nigga. Stop playing with me, nigga.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the last time I had any contact whatsoever with my pathologically lying ex-husband. Part 50. Who the fuck did I marry?
Who put this music on this shit?
The aftermath. There are some realizations I had to come to after the divorce and everything had passed.
Mm-hmm.
One, Legion never loved me.
Damn.
He never loved me.
That motherfucker was a leech.
He doesn't love himself.
He don't know himself.
Number two, he didn't even like me.
Damn.
He watched me get excited about things that he knew I was not going to get. And not even just the possession stuff. Like, of course, we know I was excited to
about
be
that
the woman
man
whose husband is like, I'm taking my wife to London.
Yeah.
I was excited to be the woman whose husband was like, yeah, I bought my wife a brand new BMW X5.
With the cognac seats, nigga!
All the jokes that we make about the BMW. It was the time and effort that he spent in taking me to dealerships and being sure to put me in the car and test drive the car and, you know, oh, I can see you in this. I like this for you. It seems safe. It was the effort to really make me believe that he was going to get this. Just for him to fuck with me. The effort in taking me to all these homes, to see my face light up as a woman who grew up on welfare, to be able to walk into these 4 and 5 bedroom homes, knowing that he didn't have any money to buy it. Imagine if he had just been honest and said, hey, I like in my free time to go to open houses and just see how the other people live. Imagine if he had just said that versus wasting not only my time,
damn,
but the wasting the time of the realtors.
Oh, God.
He did nothing wrong. There's a level of cruelty to my ex-husband that I had never experienced before. And God knows, I pray I never experience it again. That's the word that comes to mind when I think of him. He is cruel.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't just me. He did it to the ex-wife. So do I trust?
Because when she went through the motherfucking obituaries and then seen that before her there was a Latoya, and then or no before the ex-wife there's a girlfriend. God damn, this nigga is a serial leech. Because god damn, this nigga a serial leech, bro.
No.
Because before you, it was a girlfriend, and it was an ex-wife, and there was an ex-wife before that ex-wife, but then the family didn't even know about two of the fucking wives.
No. I trust the people who were in my life before him. If we were friends or if we were in a relationship or whatever, and I knew you before him, I trust you explicitly. But if you're somebody I just met, I don't trust you. I don't. There's no point in me getting on here and saying and making it seem like, oh, I'm so strong, I'm so brave. I struggle big time.
Mm-hmm.
Because on one hand, I want to like someone. On the other hand, I'm immediately thinking, what if it's a repeat?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to be honest with y'all, I can't go through that again. I can't. Every single thing in our relationship was a lie.
Damn.
It took me a while to realize every single day this man lied to me. Every single day he lied to me. Every conversation he had was a lie.
Damn. That shit's sick.
I will never know how much he lied to me. I'll never know. I've made my peace with it. I will never know how deep it really truly.
Not gonna lie. This is not gonna lie. Tough. This shit right here, nigga. This might have been the worst nigga the only thing outside of this is like that nigga was like a murderer and he stole your identity or some shit.
Goes.
Cause that motherfucker was a felon, a pathological liar, and he was cheating. He was a felon who was cheating and a liar and a sleaze and a leech. And the nigga was broke. Oh my God.
I only know what I experienced and I only know what God allowed me to see. But I'm willing to bet that there's a lot I still don't know. When people say, oh, you dodged a bullet, like you just, and I've read a lot of the comments on this, and people have sent me a lot of the comments. And so I need to make one thing very clear. I am fully aware I dodged a bullet. I am so grateful to my God that I did not have that man's child.
And I said it, and I'm not trying to be rude, but I did say that. I said in retrospect, when you look back on it in 2024, you're gonna be like, in the moment you like, damn, you was crying in the bathroom. But even the brother or the cousin said, I hope you don't have a kid with this motherfucker. I'm so glad you don't got this nigga baby.
Sorry if that offends some of you, but it's the truth.
Nah, sometimes.
I'm grateful that we didn't buy a house.
Yes.
And that I'm not financially tied to him.
Yes.
In any way, shape, or form. But I am also grateful for the fact that there are things about my ex-husband that I discovered in terms of how he is when it comes to other women. And I'm grateful that God has kept me and protected me. That's all I'm saying. So when I started out making this series and I made the decision to tell my story, my motive was I just want to help one person. If there is a woman out there who's like, God, I want to be married and I met this guy and something don't seem right, but maybe it's not that bad.
Fuck all that.
Is, honey, just go ahead and do your research, because I can honestly tell you, being single sucks. Okay, in my opinion, sometimes it sucks, but being married to the wrong person is a type of hell no one should have to go through. You should not have to be married to someone that does not like you. You should not have to be married to someone that doesn't even love you.
Preach. Preacher Tisa. God damn. Risa Tisa preacher. God damn.
I know what that is like. I know what it's like to be told, hey babe, you know I love you. And yet, I swear I think that man sat back in the recliner with his WWE Championship Roman Reigns belt and laughed his ass off at me every day. Like, damn, she really believed that.
Oh shit. I'm a visual person when people tell stories. So like I see an ugly motherfucker just leaning back in a chair with a motherfucking championship belt. Fucking childish ass shit is that. Championship belt, like, damn, look at her. Cooking and shit. Thinking niggas love her. Look at this motherfucker. Somebody come look at this. Like, that shit is fucking crazy, bro. And what's even insane is that this pathologically lying ass, broke ass, trifling ass, motherfucking, somehow there were other women who were getting involved with this nigga. He had 7 bitches in the fucking Facebook Messenger, bro. He had 7 hoes. And he was paying for pussy, bro. Like, please wake the fuck up.
I do. I really do think that. My radar was broken because I am an intelligent woman and I know that I know better. And I still sometimes ask myself, how the fuck did you let this happen? How did you let this be your story? All because at the time, I wanted it to be my turn. And I hoped it was my turn. And when people say, well, what do you mean by that? I just meant
27 dresses. 27 motherfucking dresses. 27 motherfucking dresses, gang. She hoped it was her turn. 27 motherfucking dresses, gang. If you don't know the movie, watch the fucking movie. For 26 times, this bitch was a motherfucking bridesmaid. And sometimes she was the motherfucking maid of honor. 26 times. The 27 dress is her dress. Damn, I think I spoiled it. Oh well, bitch. Anyways, 26 dresses. She was a motherfucking bridesmaid. 26 fucking times. So you just be hoping that one of those times, you hope that they show up for you, and you hope that it's your turn. And I understand what she talking about. She was just hoping that it was her turn. You know, like, look, you know. And I think she pushing 40, so I understand.
Social media.
And I don't even think she had no kids yet. So you gotta, damn, man. Damn, that love shit. In
real life, we all see where
damn.
A woman she done been through some stuff, but she finally met someone who appreciates, loves, and respects her. And it is a beautiful thing. I had hoped that when I met him, it was my turn for that. And instead of being obedient, I wanted to be right, and I wanted to do what I wanted to do. And the cost of that decision was heavy. The toll of reliving this whole scenario was heavy. It was. I'm almost surprised at how hard it was to actually finish this playlist. Not because I couldn't remember stuff. I probably remember way more details than what I actually put out. But it's just the fact that it's like I'm reminding myself, how did you let this happen? So, therapy is real. Therapy helps. Stella Rosa Black helps too.
You know what I mean? That's what you said. That shit gets you loose.
And yes, I will one day get to London. I will get my dark blue BMW X5 from Interior. I believe I will get those things. Just got to get them a different route. So, thank you all for being on the playlist of Who the Fuck Did I Marry?
You got it.
I promise I will go live, and I will let you all know when I go live so that we can have a wine night full of question and answers.
Talk your shit, queen. And listen, y'all. And I might have to do this in a different video, maybe not. But stop acting like she making hella bread off this shit.
Oh, you gonna be able to buy that BMW now? Cause all your videos going viral. All your videos got 1 million views. All your videos getting money. Oh yeah, you for sure.
She's not getting paid. I repeat, she's not getting no fucking cheese off this shit. None. Zero. No, I'm just playing. Not zero. She probably got a couple dollars. But she's not getting nearly paid. The way I see so many people counting this lady pockets. Talking about some damn 50 videos, 1 million views a piece. What the fuck? She got hella cheese off the RP. No, she's not. She's not. Her life did not change for being viral. Now, could this 50-part series change her life later and create opportunities for her? Because I'm pretty sure Tyler Perry Studios is going to be knocking at Lionsgate and all them niggas going to be knocking at her fucking door to try to figure out a way to turn this 50-part fucking shit into a movie. I'm not watching that shit. But I'm gonna figure out. I feel like they gonna figure it out, and she gonna get some opportunities. She gonna be on all types of shows. I bet you she gonna be on that Jennifer Hudson motherfucking Daily Show and all them type of shows. Everybody gonna want to interview her and talk to her and all that shit. She gonna be on everything, right? But she ain't making no money on TikTok, so cut that shit out, y'all. Her qualified views are only the views that come from the For You page. This is how they get you. I started reacting to these videos. I have a few videos on my account. I'm probably going to delete them. But I had a few videos on my account. They got no money. No money. I have other videos on my TikTok. No money. Because 97% of the viewership came from search. I searched this up. I looked it up. I went through the playlist. You probably did the same thing. When her shit started going viral, well, what did we do? We searched it up, or we found one video. We put it on a playlist. We watched the whole playlist. She's not getting paid for any of those views. They don't qualify. Maybe her first video, her first 5 maybe. She probably got paid for those. But once those first 5 started picking up, if you went to her profile to view this, she didn't get paid for that. If you searched this series up and watched it top to bottom, she didn't get paid for that either. If you showed up on a live stream and went to her page, she's not getting paid for none of that. She only gets paid from when the video is released and is shown on the For You page. I have never seen one of her videos on my For You page, and I literally have watched 50 of these videos. Never seen one on the For You page. The videos I put out, never seen on the For You page. And I have multiple TikTok accounts. My videos of her did not show up on my For You page. When I go to the analytics for those videos, 90+% search. So if y'all want to help her out, or y'all want to give her some money or something like that, y'all got to do that shit when she live. Y'all got to donate. Y'all got to do some other shit. Reach out to her, share her story, share her video. Even if you share her video and somebody watches it from you sharing it, she don't get paid for that either. But at least if you share her story, maybe that she'll get opportunities that will become lucrative from this story. And she can be a part of a production team to make this come to life. Put it in a book, put it in an audio series, put it in a movie or something like that, or a television series about these types of relationships. I don't know, but that's it. That's part 50. We got through it. I think the other part 1 through 25 is on YouTube, and parts 25 through 50 is on YouTube. So if you want to go with it with me and my reactions, And I watched all 50 parts of this shit. I sat here for 8 hours and watched this shit. Appreciate y'all, man. But yeah. Learn from her story, man. Learn. It's so much. There's so much. And I knew a lot of this shit was bullshit. And there's so much, man. GG's, y'all boys.